invite Mr. Kardiman to recite the Holy Quran. Mr. Kardiman, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya ayyuhalladzina amanu idza qila lakum tafassahu fil majalis تفسحوا في المجالس فافسحوا يفسح الله لكم وإذا قيل انشزوا فانشزوا يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم والذين أوتوا العلم درجات والله بما تعملون خبير صدق الله العظيم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. May Allah shower His blessings upon us and grant us the best in this world and hereafter. Honorable guests and participants, in a minute, we're going to witness the declaration of Memorandum of Understanding and Memorandum of Agreement between Universitas Islam Bandung and the International Association of Muslim Psychologists. Enggak, MOU. Astagfirullah. This MOU and MOA will be signed by the Rector of Universitas Islam Bandung, Professor Dr. Edi Setiadi SHMH, the Dean of Psychology Fakulty UNISBA, Dr. Dewi Sartika MSI, and the President of International Association of Muslim Psychologists, Dr. Bagus Riono MA. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, the declaration between Universitas Islam Bandung and the International Association of Muslim Psychologists has been carried out. Hopefully, this collaboration will produce a lot of thoughts, innovation, and works that can contribute, especially in the fields of Islamic-based psychology. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Ladies and gentlemen, Now we are pleased to welcome the Rector of Universitas Islam Bandung to deliver the welcoming speech and officially open today's event. Please welcome Professor Dr. Edi Setiadi, SH.MH.
It is an honor to me to inform you that among us here we have His Excellency, the President of International Association of Muslim Psychologists, Dr. Bagus Riono MA, Excellencies all speaker in this international webinar, Excellencies all Vice Rector and Dean of Fakulty of Universitas Islam Bandung, Indonesia, Excellencies, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Praise to Allah the Almighty for all His blessing, where today we can attend the international webinar without any obstacle virtually. I want to welcome all of you to this wonderful city filled with the variety of culture. Regarding the theme of this international seminar, I believe that mental health disorder are a health problem and a global development problem. It is estimated that 10% of the world population, including 20% of children and adolescents, suffer from some form of mental disorder. When people cannot attend school or work or participate fully in society, mental disorder become a significant economic burden. I hope our discussion this morning will give us some ideas on promoting better mental health worldwide. I think all of us here believe that this is very important. But now we have to think of ways to make it more prominent on the global development agenda. For that, I hope that with this international webinar, the Fakulty of Psikologi UNISBA and its partner can spark lively discussion and project researcher into new development to become example and role model for psychologists in Indonesia and even abroad. Certainly, it must be following UNISBA character with a mujahid, warrior, mujtahid, researcher, and mujadid reformer. The last, I will open this event by reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you for your attention. Billahi taufiq wa hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Dr. Edi Setiadi, SH.MH, for the welcoming speech and for officially open this webinar. Now, I'd like to invite Mr. Ahmad Yusuf, SSY, MSc, to read the dua so that our activities today will be full of blessing. Mr. Yusuf, the time is yours.
Check. Am I audible? Hello? Check.
Mr. Yusuf, you are audible.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we start our program this morning, let's pray for let us pray for blessing in this event. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Astaghfiruka ya Allahul azim wa atubu ilaik. Astaghfiruka ya Allahul azim wa atubu ilaik. Nastaghfiruka ya Allahul azim wa atubu ilaik. Ya Allah, Ya Rabbal Alameen, today we gather online to participate in the international webinar on Islamic psychology to develop Islamic higher education. Therefore, please open our hearts and minds. Please give us the strength and ability to formulate ideas, thoughts, and bright ideas to spark lively discussions and project researchers into new developments to become example and role models for psychologists in Indonesia and even abroad. Also, please give us the strength and ability to produce thoughts and breakthroughs following Islamic principle and be useful for many people's life. Ya mujibas sa'ilin, Allahumma alhimna ilman afqahu biha awamiraka wa nawahiyaka warzuqna fahman a'lamu kaifa unajika birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Allahumma rizukna fahman nabiyyin wa hifdzal mursalin wa ilhamal malaikatil muqarrabin birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Allahumma akrimna binuril fahmi wa akhrijna minan dhulumatil fahmi waftah lana abwaba rahmatika wansur alaina hikmataka birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Ya Allah ya Rabbi, get us out of the darkness of ignorance, glorify us with scientific light, decorate our morals with tenderness, and give us good inspiration. Ya Allah, make us included in the ulul albab, who can hear and create various ideas, thoughts, and follow the best ideas views. Allahumma ati nafsana taqwaha, wa zakkiha anta khairu man zakkaha. Anta waliyuha wa maulaha. Allahumma innana na'udhu bika min ilmin la yanfa' wa min qalbin la yakhsha wa min nafsin la tashba' wa min da'watin la yustajabu laha. Ya Aziz, Ya Hakim, we take refuge in you from the knowledge that is not beneficial, from a heart that is not special, from a never satisfied soul, and from prayers that are not answered. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Yusuf, for the beautiful dua. May Allah grant us all of our wishes. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Honorable guests and participants, before we start our agenda today, allow me to show you the event rundown of the International Webinar of Islamic Psychology. Okay, this event will be divided into 3 parts. The first part is the keynote speech will be delivered in just a minute, in 9:15, and then it is followed by the parallel sessions. The parallel sessions will be divided into 2 sessions, the morning session and the afternoon sessions, and each sessions will be guided by a moderator. And we're going to have a break in 12 o'clock, and we're going to start the session 2 in 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Inshallah, this event will be end in 4 p.m. in the afternoon. Honorable guests and participants, now we have come to the main agenda, which is the keynote speech. We are very pleased to welcome Dr. Bagus Riono, MA from Indonesia as the keynote speakers for today's event. Is Dr. Riono here already?
Yes.
Okay, welcome to this virtual room, Dr. Riono. Before we start, allow me to show the curriculum vitae of Dr. Bagus Riono, MA. Okay, Dr. Bagus Riono, MA, is the president of International Association of Muslim Psychologists. He is also a senior lecturer in Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia. He took his bachelor degree in Universitas Gadjah Mada, majoring psychology. Then he went to Hofstra University, Hampstead, in New York, to take his master's degree and finish his doctoral degree of psychology in Universitas Gadjah Mada. His area of expertise are organizational development and change, mental behavioral processes, and also psychometrics. And he also has enormous number of publication and research. And the topic that becomes his interests are industrial and organizational psychology, motivation, and Islamic psychology. He also has a very long list of joining the conference from all around the world. And today, we are very lucky that he will be sharing with us his expert opinion on maintaining health stability in the era of 5.0 based on Islamic psychology perspective. Since this is a very update and phenomenal topic, we really hope that all the participants could pay full attention to the presentation and also to keep the camera on and microphone muted along the presentation to have a live and clear explanation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Bagus Riono, MA.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. His Excellency Professor Dr. Edi Setiadi, Director of Universitas Islam Bandung, and all the honorable leadership of the university and also the Faculty of Psychology of UNISBA. Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah wa la hawla wa la quwata illa billah. Today, we already signed the Memorandum of Understanding between the International Association of Muslim Psychologists and the UNISBA, and hopefully we will work together to and establish Islamic psychology as the new perspective on how we understand, explain, and also counsel and do some therapy about psychological problems in our society, which is in line with our religion and our faith and our belief system. Inshallah, Amin. Today, I will present some information and ideas about Society 5.0 and the mental health from the perspective of Islamic psychology. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Before I forward, I would like to acknowledge that I learned about the Islamic psychology from the Quranic perspective from the Mahat Makosid Indonesia, which was directed by Dr. Ali Abdul Munim. So this is the material that I learned from that study. So let's have some thought about it, because this is a developing disciplines in how to understand psychology from the Quranic perspective. First of all of us nowadays are intrigued by the phenomenon of Society 5.0. But do we really understand what it is and how we can adjust ourselves to face these new trends? Okay, so let me share you some slides so I can show you some pictures and illustrations about the Society 5.0. Actually, by learning about these new trends is a part of our duty as a Muslim to be a witness about our civilization and the development of our society. So we actually practicing this discipline right now. So we're going to talk about, or we're going to relate the Society 5.0 phenomenon with the issue of mental health, and we will discuss the issue of mental health from the perspective of Islamic psychology. So that's 3 points that we have to remember. That's important for us to understand how and why. First of all, what is actually the Society 5.0? Well, we know that not long ago we discussed about the Industrial Revolution 4.0, which is characterized by artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and stuff like that. So what is Society 5.0? Actually, Society 5.0 is the idea or project by the Japanese government in responding to the Industrial Revolution 4.0, which has two sides of impact in our life. The first side is the ease of life. We have a lot of technology to serve us, but on the other side, we have also a lot of problems with this technology that shape our society today. So the Japanese government initiated an idea, a project, you can call that, of how to respond to this era of Industrial Revolution 4.0, and they name it the Society 5.0, which is the society that is expected to put human as the master of this technology, not as the victim of the technology. So Society 5.0, the number 5.0 actually is the sequence from our history of civilization. The first, the Society 1.0 is the hunter society. This is when we collect from nature to provide our needs. We hunt animals for eating. And then the second society, Society 2.0, is the agriculture society, which we were grow our own food. We do some plantation, and also we grow our own food. We do farming, agriculture, so we can survive by consuming that product. And then the society number 3, Society 3.0, is the industrial society. This is marked by the first industrial revolution. And Society 4.0 is what we are living today. It's the information society. And learning from this history and this experience, the Japanese government introduced an idea or a great project to develop the Society 5.0 to respond to the Industrial Revolution 4.0. So this is so there are 3 main components of the society, actually 4 with the people. Main components about the society. The first is the Internet of Things. Well, maybe some of those who know a lot about technology can explain better about this, but this is the trend that we are facing right now. Everything is internet. And then we have big data, which is information that is collected and preserved in a cloud system, in a server somewhere, but everybody can access that easily through internet. And then the third one is the artificial intelligence. So this is the most important dimension of this society. So the artificial intelligence is the decision, the learning and decision that is made by the computer, the system. So artificial intelligence is supposed to help people, to help human being in making accurate and precise decision about everything in our lives. So right now, the artificial intelligence is starting to be developed, but it's not perfect yet, because based on this the Japanese expert analysis about the artificial intelligence right now, the human role is still too much. You can say that, meaning that we still have too much burden in making decision, even though we already have an artificial intelligence system. So they forecast that they see the future that artificial intelligence will actually do the job for us, so that we as a human society, as a human being, can live better. For example, we know we are familiar with the Google Map. You know, they know they can tell us what route should we take to avoid traffic, something like that. Also, in the future, the Japanese engineers design a system about maintenance. For example, maintenance of highways. You know, the technology will be able to detect, you know, some need for maintenance on highways. So the engineer doesn't have to go to the site to understand which part of the streets and the highways that need maintenance, or the bridges, you know. So they just you know, they will connect to the internet, to the big data, and the artificial intelligence will tell you, you have to go here, to go there to fix this problem. And also for the health problems, you know, you can also access the data from the big data for the internet, from the internet, and the artificial intelligence can tell who you are and what is your blood rate, what is your condition, your heart rate, blood pressure, and so everybody, without having to go to the doctor, can access their health condition and can do something to prevent a worsening condition. So those kind of things. So they imagine that this big data and artificial intelligence will help us to detect and to decide what we need, and also to share the business among us, like the share economy that's already in right now, but they'll make it more broadly and more holistically throughout the country. So the wealth also will be distributed. So there will be no accumulated wealth to certain people. So this is the ideal. So they see this opportunity from the latest development of the technology in this the Industrial Revolution 4.0. But these things are still an ideal. This is an ideal concept about society, and we haven't really experience this system. So actually what we have to be cautious is what we are experiencing today, which is the society 4.0, what we are living in right now, which is dominated by the information technology, the information age. You know, we depend our life on social media. You know, the social media influence, but not only influence but determine our lives right now. And a lot of information there. Some of them are useful, but some of them actually we have to be cautious about it. Why? Because with the information technology, with the artificial intelligence that is not yet established, everybody can post information, any information, without any screening, without any validation. So what is happening with the society 4.0, we are overwhelmed with information, and some of us have some what do you call it, mental disorder because of this. We witness that a lot of young people act unrealistically through the social media. There are shifting values. The value is shifting, you know, from the one who is long lasting into those who are just instant and also superficial. So actually the part of the technology 4.0 that affects all of us is the social media. This is uh, the dimension of this industrial revolution 4.0, which we have to be cautious about. Why? Because of this characteristic of the social media nowadays, we are what do you call it? Very easily to be influenced by over information, or maybe the wrong information that is massively supplied into the internet. And we are familiar with the term hoax, and hoax is something that is inevitable in this society. And there are a lot of kind of hoax. The first, the plain hoax, is just information that is wrong, this is wrong, this is untrue, or maybe information that is only for practical jokes, but sometimes it influences us. But then there's a hoax that seems to be true, but actually it's not true. So that's a little bit complicated. You know, some people in our time today, they decide something based on the trending topic of the social media. So they don't, or maybe they forget or they ignore, you know, the long-term impact on the long-term effect of the decision. They just look at the internet, they see the trending topic, and then they do a decision. Sometimes also the government decision about the people is based on trending topics. So a lot of people follow information that is not validated. It's not scientific to lead their lives. And some young people in our society, they think they don't need their parents' advice anymore, because they think they know more about the parents from the social media. So this is the challenge in our society today. And then there's something worse um, that is called the post-truth. So from this word, we can feel that this is not the truth, that this is the post-truth. You know, the truth, it seems that the truth is not enough. So they make this post-truth. So what is post-truth actually? Well, post-truth actually is also a kind of hoax, but it's more designed, more intentionally designed for a certain purpose. So if we look at the um, politics, you know, they already analyzed this. The post-truth is the art of lie. So it's a project of distraction. So the people right now, nowadays, they have information that is seemingly to be true, but actually it is designed to influence the society for a certain purpose. And for us, actually, it's just certain interests of certain groups of people. And if we learn about the algorithm of the social media, they record our behavior in accessing the social media, and they detect what is the tendency of our attitudes towards some issues, and then they collect information that support our attitude that makes us becomes an extreme, make us become an extremist in a certain point of view. But we don't really realize that it is in the system, it is in the algorithm of this social media. So because of this phenomenon, some politicians, some group of people who have certain interests manipulate this social media so that they can have what they want in the expense of the people. So this is actually something that we have to be concerned about. And actually, from the perspective of the mainstream psychology, they don't think, they don't treat this, they don't they think this is not a problem. They think this is just the trend, the new trend. They don't relate this to mental health. But we witness that a lot of people in our society, those who very actively accessing social media, we can feel that there's something wrong with them, something wrong with their attitude, something wrong with their way of life, the lifestyle, kind of like that. So that's why we need to understand why is this a problem. Okay, now we go to the mental health issue. So what is actually mental health? Mental is our mind, how we think. If we are healthy, if we have in a mental health condition, meaning that we think straight, we think logically and reasonably. That's actually the general definition or understanding about mental health. And also, if we are healthy, if our mental is healthy, we should know the essence of our life. We should be aware of the risk of that we face in the future, in our life, in our daily life, so we can avoid those risks. And we should be aware of the purpose of our lives. So in the Islamic perspective, actually, life is not only in this world. So this worldly life is actually is only in a very short time, And it's not a complete life. If we talk about justice, for example, from the Islamic perspective, we might not find justice in this worldly life, but we believe that in the afterlife, in the hereafter, we will find justice. So those kind of thinking actually is the healthy thinking. So we can define mental health is the art of thinking straight, thinking straight. So this is very important for us as a Muslim, and also actually not only for Muslim, for everybody, for all human beings. If they don't think straight, actually they have problem in their mental health. Now, uh, in the Quran, Surah Al-Isra, ayat 36, actually, Allah already warned us, the human being, not to follow information that we don't really understand, we don't really know about, we don't comprehend this information. So don't just follow any information. You have to be careful, because information that you receive from anywhere, from other people, from the media, it's not always true. So that's why the Quran said that the only book that is guaranteed to be true is the Quran. Other than that, you need to be careful. So this is the first law of mental health in the term of thinking straight. So as a Muslim, we are not allowed, or we are forbidden to follow any information where we confirm that this information is valid or this information is true. So this is very strong, because this is stated in a group of ayat that explain about the sins, the big sins. It's in a one group with ayat about zina, about murder, about, so it's very important for us, because this is the key of mental health, not to be influenced by vague information or by information that is not valid. And we also know, or as a Muslim, we should know that the source of this invalid information is shaitan. So shaitan is the one who always feed us with false information, with lies. And it was started since the Prophet Adam alayhi salam. So shaitan is always feed us with lies, with the wrong information. And right now, these lies have a good name, has a, what do you call it, a name that seems to be a good thing, the post-truth, something that is more advanced than the truth. So that's a big lie, actually, the art of the lie. So this is very, very important for us to understand, to be aware of, and to be careful in comprehending any information that we are receiving from the internet or the social media or any kind of media. So what should we do then? How, as a psychologist, as a Muslim psychologist, we should teach ourselves and other people not to be trapped in this kind of situation. So this is the things that I learned from this Mahatma Qasid, from Dr. Ali Abdul Munim. We have discipline of the mind, the mental discipline. This is the discipline that we should develop in ourselves, that we should do every day, because if we don't do this, Allah will be will be angry. You can say that. Okay. So what are these? The first thing is another. So we can translate this. Actually, this is a very simple translation. Actually, the meaning is deeper than this, but at least we know the general meaning. Another means to observe, to pay attention on. So we have to pay attention on what is happening around us. We are not supposed to ignore what's happening. So that's why if we have a concern about Society 5.0, that's one action, one application of this discipline. We concern, we observe. And the example of the ayat is, this is from Surat Tariq. Falyanduril insanu mimma khuliq. So we have to be aware that who we are, who are we, the creation of ourselves. This is something that we have to be aware of, because in other ayat they say that people, some people, they very proud of themselves. They forget where they are come from, where they came from. So another means to be aware of, to observe. And also we are familiar with the Surat Al-Ghashiyah. Afala yang turunal ila ibili kaifa khuliqat wa ila samai kaifa rufi'at wa ila jibalika nusibat wa ila ardi kaifa sutikat. So we have to observe. We have to be aware of our environment. That's the first discipline. And the second one is tafakkur. Tafakkur means to analyze, to break down the issues, to understand the components of those phenomena. So, for example, if we talk about artificial intelligence, so what is it? If we do tafakkur, so we break it down. So it's a data, it is a program, it's an algorithm. So a lot of parts that constitute an artificial intelligence. So then we can think critically about it, because some people when they don't do tafakkur, they just amazed with this phenomenon, and then they think this is it. This is the solution of our life. This is very important. If we are not doing this tafakkur, sometimes we adore something too much, and we don't see the risk or the bad side of it, and those kind of hazard that might come out from it. So tafakkur give us this protection of ourselves. We protect ourselves from following something that is not valid. And then there's more. This is called the tafaqquh. Tafaqquh is from the root of fiqh. So this is very familiar with our Islamic teaching, but fiqh, according to Professor Yasir Auda, the director of the ulama of Maqasid Institute Global, he explained that fiqh actually is not just the law, it's not just the judicial system. Fiqh is the discipline of thinking deeply, not only tafakkur, but also behind the, to break it down really into parts that is very detailed, very like the atomic. You understand the issue deeply. You will understand the issue deeply so that you will not be misguided by this information or this phenomenon. Tafakkur. And then the fourth one is tadhakkur. This is also very important, and in the psychological perspective, this is very important because only dhikrullah is a cure for psychological disease. So only with the dhikrullah, the heart will be in peace. So dhikrullah is a very important discipline. Dhikr actually is to reflect, to remember, to reflect, to learn from the history, from the past, to learn from the experience. And a lot of surah in Al-Quran is asking us to remember, remember when you are lost, Allah guide you. Remember when you are an orphan, Allah provide you shelter, provide you help. So remembering is very important. Our experience actually is our teacher. So by remembering our experience, by learning from our experience, we will become more knowledgeable. So by remembering, we will maintain our mental health also. Some people do not want to reflect, and they just think and feel here and now, so they cannot face hard times. They are easily fragile, easily to be depressed, easily to be frustrated, because they only think about here and now. By tadakkur, we have to remember, but life is up and down. When you are down, so the next thing that will happen to you is going up. But you also have to remember when you are on the top, so the next thing that will happen to you is going down. So that's why by remembering, it will make you ease in your heart. It will make your heart at peace. You are not easily surprised with the event of this life. So this is also the part, one discipline of the mental health in Islam. And there's a lot of ayat about dhikrullah, about dhikr, about the reflect. This is just one example of it. How we should remember. We should remember about things that we experience in our life. We remember how it was, how it becomes like here, like what we are facing right now, things like that. And then tadabbur. Tadabbur is also a very unique disciplines. Tadabbur maybe a simple translation in English is read between the lines. You have to understand the message between the expression, the meaning between the message, the purpose behind the story, behind the sentence. Maybe one way to exercise of tadabbur is how to understand poetry, how to feel what is meant by those beautiful words, and what is the meaning behind those words, what kind of things that we can relate with this expression of the poetic sentences. So tadabbur is how to deeply understand the meaning behind the sentences, behind the expression. One ayat in the Quran said that if you do tadabbur on the Quran, you will not find any error in it. So you can read the Quran, you can memorize the Quran, but if you tadabbur, you can see something that is not written there. It's about perfection. It's about connection, connectivity. It's about system. It's about technology. You know, the Quran actually is written in a certain way that make us always aware of what we are citing or speaking about. I mean, when we recite the Quran, if we are not aware, we will misspell or mispronounce. So why? Because a lot of ayat in the Quran are similar, you know. So this similarity is easily to make us cite, you know, miscite, what do you call that? So we have to be aware. This is Surah, for example, Al-Lail, and then it's similar to the one in the Surah Ad-Duha, similar with the Surah Ash-Shams. So we have to really aware when we recite the Quran. So there's a technology of maybe memorizing, technology of to make us always aware of what we are saying, and things like that. So we can understand this if we do tadabbur. Tadabbur is to understand something that is not explicitly stated in the text, but it's something behind the scene. The next one is ta'aqqul. Ta'aqqul is also very important, and we are discussing about this aql very often. Well, actually, aql in Quran is about a discipline. It's not about an organ in our human body or a human identity, but it's a discipline. It's an active verb, ta'aqqul. And this is, I found a very strong verse in the Quran that forbid us not to do ta'aqqul. So this is in the Surah Al-An'am, if I'm not mistaken. So the metaphor of a person that doesn't do ta'aqqul is like a kettle. It's like we can see here. It's the worst kind of a creature who doesn't have sight, deaf and dumb, because they don't do ta'aqqul. So what is ta'aqqul? Ta'aqqul is to connect, again, to connect information, to use your logic to understand the connection of you know, the connection of partial information that we are collected from our environment. So ta'aqqul is to synthesize the data, to understand the cause and effect, to understand the relation about one phenomena into another phenomena, to understand, to make a conclusion about what is happening that seemingly to be random, but actually it has a purpose. So ta'akul, if we use the perspective of Darwinism evolution, we say that they say that life is just random things. Life is just something that's coincidence. That is not ta'akul. That is not true, because for our perspective as a Muslim, as we learn from the Quran, everything has a purpose. Even when a dry leaf fell from the tree, it is known by God. It is known by Allah. Allah knows it. Means that Allah intentionally do it. So it has a purpose. So everything has a purpose. That's why we have to connect this. Quran, a lot of ayat, verses in the Quran explain about the relationship between the wind, the rain, the cloud, and then the land, the trees. Everything is connected. So ta'akul is a key for us to understand the purpose of this life and the meaning of phenomenon. Even about a musibah, if we have a musibah, we have to connect it to what we did in the past, because any musibah that came to us actually is because of our own doing, our own deeds. So then if we do ta'akul, so we will be willingly to repent, willingly to acknowledge our mistake, willingly to understand the cause of what is happening to us today, and willingly, and also understand how to solve the problem, because we know the system, we know the interconnection of these events. That's why ta'akul is very important. And the seventh one, I wouldn't say this is the last one, because maybe there's more, but this is so far that I learned from this discipline, is ihata, muhid, comprehensively understanding the situation, the system thinking. We know the organizational theory, the newest organizational theory, the most advanced organizational theory is system thinking, is the organizational learning, how we connect, how we understand everything that is happening is a system, is a systemic and purposeful events, phenomena. So ihada, muhit is the seventh discipline that we have to train ourselves to do it every time. So if we think, if we have the attitude of muhit, do ihada, we won't see problems as a fragmented issue. We will see the whole picture of the problem, the whole picture. So we will understand comprehensively what is actually that we are facing right now, so we can provide solution, and we can design a solution that will touch each aspect of these problems. For example, the family, for example. If we think about the family is not only about maybe social needs or only about biological needs, but family at least have 5 dimensions. One is its ibadah. It is the most important, because any religion, when they have this wedding ritual, they always have this oath to God to do this as one kind of ibadah. So one is ibadah, and the second one, it's a biological relationship, and it's also psychological relationship. It's also sociological relationship, and then the last one, it's a kind of economic relationship. With in Islam, we know about nafkah, about rizki. So we have to understand it in all dimensions, not only partially, not only a fragment of it. That's why if we have problems, if we understand it comprehensively, Mohit, we won't be easily giving up. We will be resilient. We will be sober, patient, and we will endure through all difficulties, because we don't see it only from one perspective. We have to see it from all perspectives. That's a ihata. And there's an ayah also that talk about this to teach us, to command us to see things in a comprehensive way, in a holistic way, integrated way, not partial. Those 7 disciplines is the key for our mental health. And right now we see the need to practice those disciplines in this era of post-truth, the era of hoax, the era of information abundance, or maybe overwhelming information. If we don't do these disciplines, I'm afraid we will suffer from mental illness. So, wallahu alam bisawab. Inshallah, this little information, little thought, we from and build a concept of mental health from the Quranic perspective. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I would like to huge virtual applause for Dr. Bagus Riono MA. Thank you, Dr. Bagus Riono MA, for your insight. Especially, I may in reminding us psychologist, Dr. Riono also suggests to seek the solution from the Holy Quran as our ultimate guidance. Few things he mentioned about some psychological treatment are, if I'm not mistaken, tafakur, tazakur, tadabul, ta'akol, ihat, and more, which was a very amazing thought from Islamic perspective. One more time, let's give him a big round of applause.
Thank you.
Okay, for that, allow us to present you the token of our appreciations, virtually, of course, in a form of award certificate, which will be shown in a moment.
Thank you.
Here you are, sir. This is our token of our appreciation. We are very thankful and honored to have you as the keynote speaker. And one more time, thank you for participating
You're very welcome.
in this event. And honorable guests and participation. I'm sorry because there's some message coming in. Before we move on to our next agenda, we are going to witness one more time the declaration of Memorandum of Understanding and Memorandum of Agreement between Universitas Islam Bandung and the International Association of Muslim Psychologists. Okay. Are the MOU and MOA ready? Dua-duanya aja. For your information, this MOU and MOA will be signed by Director of Universitas Islam Bandung, Professor Dr. Edi Setiadi SHM MH, and also the Dean of Psychology Fakulty UNISBA, Dr. Dewi Sartika MSI, and of course, the President of International Association of Muslim Psychologists, Dr. Bagus Riono MA. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Now we have come to the end of this first part of this event, which is the keynote speech. And as I have mentioned before, that after this, we're going to have a parallel sessions. These parallel sessions will be divided into 2 sessions. The first sessions, we will start it just in a minute, and it will be end at around 12. In these first sessions, we have 2 special speakers. 2 special speakers. One is from USA and one from Indonesia. And the presentation will be guided by a moderator. Okay, will be guided by a moderator, Miss Nana Nuraini MA. Before that, allow me to read the curriculum vitae of our moderator today. I'm very sorry. Okay, CV of the moderator. Here you are. Our first moderator this morning is Ms. Nana Nuraini, SC MSc. She is currently the lecturer at the Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Islam Bandung, and she also has several working experience in other places, starting from 2012 in Transgelis Indonesia and 2018 as the manager director at Pediatric Therapy Clinic. And in March 2018, she was in the Academic Leadership Grant at Faculty of Psychology, Universitas of Pajajaran. For formal education, she took the Bachelor for Psychology in Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Pajajaran in 2012. And then she went to the Psychology of Education of University of Bristol, taking her master degree in 2017. And she's currently taking her master degree, doctoral degree in Neuroscience, University of Missouri, Columbia, US. She has also several research projects and publications. Okay, that's all about our moderator this morning. So without further ado, we are pleased to welcome our moderator, Ms. Nanan. Are you here already? Okay, Ms. Nanan. Ms. Nanan Nuraini as PSC MSc. The time is yours.
Thank you, Mrs. Anissa, for the introduction. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Nana Nuraini, and I will be the moderator for these sessions. In this session, we will have 45 minutes presentation, followed by 15 minutes discussions, mainly answering the questions from the audience. And our first speaker is Dr. Umar Yusuf, and we are really thankful to Dr. Umar for taking the time out of his busy schedule to attend this webinar. And before this, I will introduce the Dr. Umar. I will not share the screen, but I will just tell you guys who is Dr. Umar. So, Dr. Umar was the Dean of Faculty of Psychology, Bandung Islamic University for 2 periods. And from 2014 to 2018, he was a head of Psychological Services Clinic and Personality Development in Bandung Islamic University. And he is also an associate professor in Faculty of Psychology, Bandung Islamic University. He teaches clinical psychology and social psychology. And he also teaches personality psychology, Islamic psychology. And in graduate programs, he teaches clinical assessment and thesis research. And also, he has published several books. The title is Psychology and Epistemology in Islamic Psychology, published on 2014, Personality Psychology in Islamic Perspective, published in 2017, and the latest one is Patience as Psychological Strength to be Successful. And in addition to Dr. Umar Yusuf, he will also be accompanied by Lavio, a psychology student in Bandung Islamic University. He was an outstanding student who has won several debate competitions, both in national and international events. Okay, so before this, I will ask all of you, to think for a second about what I was going to say. So, what if we were all depressed? How different would our everyday lives be when living as a depressed individuals? What would happen if we said what was on our minds all day, every second? What would happen if we do not know our God, our religion, Islam? How could our religion help us coping the depressions, stress, and other mental health problems? He will share his views about mental health in Islamic psychology perspective. Please welcome our honored speaker, Dr. Umar Yusuf. Dr. Umar Yusuf.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, izinkan saya dalam kesempatan ini saya akan menggunakan bahasa Indonesia sebagai pengantarnya, walaupun di PPT-nya saya tampilkan dalam bahasa Inggris. Baik, pertama-tama saya mengucapkan terima kasih kepada dekan staf panitia yang telah mempercayakan saya untuk menampilkan satu makalah berkaitan dengan kesehatan mental dalam perspektif Islam. Yang pertama tentunya tadi saya mendengar apa yang disampaikan oleh Dr. Bagus. Apabila kita memperhatikan tentang fokus kesehatan mental pada yang kelima ini, lebih pada solution for better human life. Dan ini sebenarnya kesinambungan dari yang sebelumnya. Fokus kesehatan mental sebelumnya lebih ke arah masalah social information yang berdampak, salah satunya berdampak bisa positif, tapi banyak juga dampak negatif dari pengaruh sosial informasi. Baik, tadi beliau mengajukan satu usulan solusi ya, yang disampaikan dalam 7 poin, tapi intinya pertama membangun kesehatan mental dengan ke arah pendisiplinan. Ya. Yang kedua sebenarnya pengetahuan seseorang. Dengan pengetahuan yang dimiliki, diharapkan dia mampu memahami, menganalisis, dan ujungnya melakukan sintesis secara komprehensif. Jadi itu yang saya tangkap dari apa yang disampaikan oleh Dr. Bagus. Baik, dalam kesempatan ini tentu marilah kita perhatikan slide 1 ini. Ya. Jadi kalau kita bicara tentang kesehatan mental, tentu tidak akan lepas dari bagaimana pengaruh lingkungan terhadap individu, terhadap manusia. Walaupun kalau kita bicara tentang kesehatan mental, mau tidak mau ada kaitan dengan stres yang dialami individu. Stres yang terjadi bisa datang dari faktor diri ataupun dari faktor lingkungan. Saya akan menyoroti saja di sini berkaitan dengan seberapa besar pengaruh lingkungan terhadap kesehatan mental. Ini kan Nunun adanya di Amerika. Mudah-mudahan nanti apa yang saya sampaikan informasinya tidak salah ya, gitu ya. Jadi kalau kita perhatikan bagaimana hubungan masalah manusia dengan lingkungan sangat penting di dalam faktor kesehatan mental. Ini salah satu contoh aja, ini satu kota yang sangat sibuk yaitu New York. Jadi kalau kita perhatikan New York ini ada penduduknya sekitar 8.409 ya, orang. Cukup besar. Tapi income per kapitanya hanya $33.140. Gitu ya. Jadi tidak heran kalau kita lihat faktor lingkungan. Karena kalau dilihat biaya hidup di Amerika mungkin Nunun apa banget ya. Kayaknya biaya hidup khususnya di New York itu tinggi banget ya. Saya dengar antara 25 sampai 50 juta. 54 juta per bulan biaya hidup. Sementara kalau kita lihat pendapatan per kapitanya kan ini hanya sekitar 38 sampai 40 juta lah kalau kita ambil menggunakan perbandingan rupiah 14.000. Jadi kalau kita perhatikan pendapatan per kapita masyarakat tidak sesuai dengan tuntutan kebutuhan masyarakat. Sehingga ini pun kita tidak heran kalau kita perhatikan ada 1 dari 5 orang dewasa di Amerika, khususnya di New York ini, mengalami gangguan mental. Jadi bagaimana pengaruh masalah lingkungan, sosial, ekonomi, terutama berdampak negatif tentu pada seseorang. Jadi kalau kita lihat garis besar timbulnya stres itu ada 2 kan. Stres terjadi karena faktor personal, tapi stres juga karena faktor kaitan dengan lingkungan sosial. Gimana? Oke. Ini contoh New York. Sekarang kita mau lihat satu kota yang termasuk kota yang sejahtera dengan income pendapatan tinggi, yaitu Luxembourg. Jumlah populasinya yang sedikit, ya. Hanya 904 jiwa. Pendapatan per kapitanya sangat tinggi, di atas $115.000. Ya, sehingga kota ini masuk kota yang sangat sejahtera karena income-nya juga sangat tinggi dan tingkat kriminalitasnya juga sangat rendah. Jadi artinya di sini bagaimana dikaitkan dengan pendapatan per kapita negaranya, ya, khususnya pada setiap penduduk. Berikutnya kita lihat Singapura. Bisa ditampilkan slide berikutnya. Ya. Singapura juga satu kota yang dianggap kota yang aman dan kaya. Ini data-data ini sebelum COVID ya. Jadi kita bicara sebelum terjadinya COVID. jumlah penduduk Singapura itu sekitar 7 juta. Dengan income per kapitanya 59.819 dolar. Karena itu ini masyarakatnya relatif sejahtera. Pendapatan per kapita Singapura itu 13 kali pendapatan per kapita di Indonesia. Jadi kalau kita lihat dari tayangan ini menggambarkan pengaruh sosial budaya, terutama masalah ekonomi, bisa berdampak terhadap kesehatan mental. Nah, berikutnya kita perhatikan setelah COVID. Ya, kita lihat tayangan berikutnya. Oke. Setelah COVID, di Amerika terjadi peningkatan jumlah gangguan mental. Jadi dari 10 orang dewasa, 4 orang mengalami gangguan mental. Ini hasil penelitian yang dilakukan oleh teman-teman di 2021. Jadi dampak COVID ini jadi artinya stres penyebabnya karena pandemi. Ternyata cukup besar. Dan saya kira kalau dilihat dari statistik korban COVID itu Amerika termasuk yang tertinggi di dunia. Jadi luar biasa dampak stres atau kesehatan mental oleh karena faktor sosial budaya dan termasuk di sini dalam kaitan dengan pandemi. Berikutnya kalau kita perhatikan di Singapura, Singapura pun sejak COVID ini sampai saat ini terdapat hampir 60% warganya mengalami gangguan sulit tidur, ya. Jadi tidur nyenyak, mengalami gangguan dan berdampak juga terhadap perkembangan emosinya menjadi labil. Apabila kita perhatikan Indonesia juga terdapat perubahan dampak COVID, yaitu 28,8% mengalami gangguan mental, terutama berhubungan dengan masalah kecemasan dan depresi. Jadi dari dua cerita ini, yang pertama cerita normal, dan berikutnya berkaitan dengan dampak dari satu COVID-19, ternyata menghasilkan kondisi masyarakat yang banyak mengalami gangguan mental. Pertanyaannya sekarang, apa yang dimaksud dengan kesehatan mental? Kita bisa lihat definisi kesehatan mental dalam perspektif ilmu pengetahuan, bahwa kesehatan mental itu pada dasarnya bertujuan untuk mempertahankan kesehatan lebih ke arah psychological well-being, dan tentunya menghindari agar orang-orang tidak jatuh pada gangguan mental. Ini definisi kesehatan mental dilihat dari faktor ilmu pengetahuan. Jadi kesehatan mental merupakan ilmu pengetahuan yang tujuannya memelihara ke arah psychological well-being. Sekarang kita lihat definisi kesehatan mental dalam konteks indikator. Bisa ditayangkan slide berikutnya. Ya. Saya gunakan WHO. Ya. Pertama, seorang dinyatakan sehat mentalnya apabila dia memiliki self-efficacy. Yang dimaksud dengan self-efficacy adalah keyakinan atau kepercayaan dirinya akan berhasil dalam menangani tugas-tugas yang dihadapi atau menghadapi berbagai macam problematik yang dihadapi. Ciri orang yang sehat mental ditandai dengan adanya keyakinan akan kemampuannya untuk beradaptasi. Yang kedua tentu menunjukkan otonomi. Dia menunjukkan kemandirian untuk mengambil berbagai keputusan secara akurat tanpa mengharapkan dukungan dari orang lain. Dia mampu mandiri. Yang ketiga adalah kompeten. Dia cakap untuk menyelesaikan problem-problem yang dihadapi. Yang berikutnya adanya saling ketergantungan di antara antar generasi. Jadi tidak ada konflik antar generasi yang sering kali terjadi di masyarakat mengenai kesehatan mental. Dan yang kelima adalah mampu mengaktualisasi diri. Jadi seorang yang sehat mental, dia selalu akan mampu mengembangkan dirinya ke arah yang lebih positif, lebih konstruktif begitu di dalam mengatasi berbagai kesulitan. Jadi kalau kita perhatikan tadi misal contoh di New York, tentu orang-orang yang gagal ini adalah orang-orang yang pasti kurang kompeten, tidak memiliki efikasi diri dan sebagainya. Jadi ini menggambarkan bagaimana faktor indikator seorang sehat mental harus memenuhi indikator-indikator ini. Berikutnya kalau saya menggunakan Said ini, ya, beliau mengatakan orang dinyatakan sehat mental ini menunjukkan kematangan emosional dan kematangan sosial. Jadi dia tidak mudah tergugah secara emosional dengan respon-respon yang tidak tepat. Atau misalnya tadi kematangan sosial juga ditandai, kalau tadi Pak Dr. Bagus mengatakan justru ada indikasi masyarakat akhir ini yang berbawa dunia politik. Gitu ya. Jadi itu sebagai bentuk dari sebenarnya kalau dilihat dari perspektif kesehatan mental itu menggambarkan ketidaksehatan mental. Yang kedua, dia mampu memiliki tanggung jawab, ya, memiliki responsibilitas terhadap kehidupan. Dia bertanggung jawab atas apa yang dia lakukan. Bukan seperti yang kita lihat di media-media sosial, dia men-share sesuatu ketika ada dia minta tanggung jawabannya, nah dia mulai bermasalah. Jadi artinya seorang yang sehat mental, apapun yang dia pikirkan, dia lakukan, itu dia bertanggung jawab penuh atas apa yang dia perbuat. Yang berikutnya, tentu mampu mengatasi kendala atau keinginan dan harapan-harapannya. Jadi seorang yang sehat mental, dia tidak patah arang manakala mengalami kesukaran. Dia mampu menyelesaikannya dengan tepat. Yang keempat, dia mampu menerima kenyataan hidup apa adanya. Jadi mungkin ini salah satu indikasi tentang syukur. Yang kelima, tentunya mampu menghadapi beban hidup dengan lapang dada. Ini enak disampaikan, tapi dalam kenyataannya sulit kita melaksanakan ini, terutama ketika kita berhadapan dengan problem seperti sekarang yang berhubungan dengan COVID. Ini kalau kita lihat secara umum tentang indikasi kesehatan mental. Pak Lavio itu mau diterjemahkan dulu karena ada pertanyaan, jadi bisa ditranslatekan. Gimana ini? Apakah langsung ditranslatekan atau
tes? Boleh mungkin ditranslasikan dulu ya Pak ya?
Oke.
So as a prelude to what Dr. Umar has said, with regards to the urgency of addressing mental health in the 21st century, basically the issue of mental health stems from the fact that our world has become a much more volatile place to live. A lot of people become a lot more vulnerable to different varying degrees of crisis, in the form of financial crisis or social, cultural crisis. This uncertainty is obviously associated with some risk factors that predispose people to suffering from heightened symptoms of mental health, including particularly amidst the pandemic, where people find themselves suffering from a huge distress because of either financial crisis or other crises that are psychological in nature. With regards to the definition of mental health, as Dr. Umar has already proposed to you before, there are basically two formal definitions that we can refer to as our reference. The first one is the one that was proposed by WHO, and the second one was the one that was proposed by Saat in 2005, where basically an individual that is defined as a mentally healthy individual has to basically create a balance between his emotional and social capabilities in order to connect between his expectations or needs with the demands that are set by the environment surrounding that particular individual. Thank you.
Baik, ya. Dari dua definisi di atas sebenarnya bisa disimpulkan ya. Di kesehatan mental itu ada ditandai dengan adanya kematangan sosial, kematangan emosional, kematangan intelektual untuk menghadapi berbagai rintangan dan hambatan secara efektif dan efisien. Berikutnya saya akan sampaikan mengenai indikator kesehatan mental menurut pandangan Islam. Saya akan ambil ini tokohnya Najati. Najati beliau menyampaikan indikator seseorang dinyatakan sehat mental ketika dia mampu melakukan relasi atau memiliki hubungan dengan Tuhan. Sebenarnya saya yang nomor satu itu lebih banyak kepada keimanan, iman kepada Tuhan dan sekaligus juga ujungnya iman kepada qadar. Jadi seorang yang sehat mental dia memiliki keratan hubungan dengan Tuhan. Nanti di tayangan berikutnya saya akan tampilkan hasil-hasil penelitian bagaimana hubungan seseorang ketika dia memiliki nilai spiritualitas maupun religiositas yang tinggi. Itu yang dikatakan orang sehat mental ditandai dengan hubungannya dengan Tuhan. Yang kedua, menunjukkan keharmonisan dengan dirinya sendiri. Ini juga mudah diucapkan, tapi seringkali kita dihadapkan dengan kesulitan. Biasanya seringkali apa yang kita harapkan tidak sesuai dengan kemampuan, ya. Yang mungkin banyak teori-teori yang dikemukakan psikologi yang menyatakan bahwa seorang akan terganggu mentalnya jika ada selisih atau diskrepansi antara ideal self dengan real self. Jadi seorang yang sehat mental dia mampu ya menyesuaikan dengan apa yang ada pada dirinya, termasuk keinginan-keinginan dan potensi-potensinya disadari dengan penuh. Ya. Jadi dia mampu menjalin secara harmonis antara kemampuan dengan keinginan. Itu ciri yang kedua. Ciri yang ketiga adalah memiliki hubungan relasi dengan orang lain. Ini pun mungkin saat ini agak masalah ya, terutama setelah 2017 mulai pemilihan kepala daerah dilanjutkan dengan pemilihan presiden. Itu pun terjadilah seakan-akan polarisasi antara masyarakat ya. Sebenarnya orang yang sehat mental tentu dia harus membangun relasi yang positif dengan orang lain. Yang berikutnya, seorang yang sehat mental menunjukkan hubungan yang harmonis dengan alam semesta. Jadi seorang yang sehat mental dia mampu menyelaraskan dengan alam raya ini, ya, termasuk tidak merusak alam. Karena kalau kita perhatian seringkali terjadinya banjir dan longsor ada kontribusi manusia itu merusak alam. Jadi orang yang sehat mental itu dimulai dengan dia memiliki hubungannya dengan Tuhan. Jadi dia orang yang memiliki spiritualitas dan religiusitas, ya, keyakinan keagamaan, dan dia menjalankan kehidupan keagamaan sesuai dengan ajarannya, itu orang akan menjadi sehat mental. Kedua, dia mampu menjalin harmonis, menyesuaikan dengan apa yang diharapkan dengan dirinya sendiri, kemampuannya, mampu menyelaraskan dengan orang lain, dan mampu menjaga keharmonisan dengan alam. Ini menurut Najati. Sekarang pertanyaannya, kalau kita bicara tentang kesehatan mental, mau tidak mau kita akan membahas faktor filosofi manusia menurut kerangka teoritis yang digunakan. Gimana? Apakah mau diterjemahkan dulu, Om Rafiq? Sebelumnya.
So based on some Islamic perspectives, the difference that differentiates between the main thoughts that arise from Islamic psychology in comparison with modern psychology is that Islam perceives the importance of establishing a healthy and close relationships with the transcendental, in this particular case with God. There's also an emphasis towards nurturing an individual that is able to establish a harmonious and socially active relationships with not only himself or herself, but also with others around them. And as caliphate, an individual is also expected to be someone who can basically protect the environment around him or her. And this is shown by the fourth point, which is to establish a harmonious relationship with the universe.
Baik, kita lanjutkan slide berikutnya. Jadi saya ulangi, ketika kita berbicara tentang kesehatan mental, mau tidak mau kita harus memperhatikan landasan filosofi. Ya, kalau kita bicara landasan filosofi di dalam telahan psikologi, ada 3 aliran yang cukup besar di dalam telahan kesehatan mental. Pertama adalah psikoanalisis. Ya. Sebagaimana kita ketahui, psikoanalisis memandang manusia adalah makhluk biologis yang dikendalikan oleh naluri bawah sadar dan sifatnya buruk. Seseorang dinyatakan sehat mental jika ego dapat berperan dalam mengontrol impulsnya, impuls instinktualnya, serta tekanan sosial dari lingkungan sekitar. Jadi kalau menurut psikoanalisa bahwa seseorang sehat mental apabila ego memiliki kekuatan untuk menyelesaikan permasalahan, terutama dari tekanan lingkungan maupun dorongan instinktual. Itu menurut pandangan psikoanalisis. Kalau behaviorisme, bagaimana Anda ketahui, kita ketahui bersama bahwa pandangan masih sama, yang memandang manusia itu sebagai makhluk biologis yang dikondisikan oleh lingkungan, yang dasarnya manusia itu netral. Jadi betul-betul bahwa tingkah laku itu sangat tergantung kepada lingkungannya. Jadi kalau lingkungannya positif, tentu akan menghasilkan individu-individu yang sehat mentalnya. Sebaliknya tentu kalau lingkungan buruk akan berdampak terhadap kondisi masyarakatnya yang akan mengalami gangguan kesehatan mental. Karena pada dasarnya tingkah laku menyimpang hasil conditioning, demikian pula tingkah laku sehat pun hasil conditioning dari lingkungan. Sedangkan pendekatan ketiga yang kita kenal aliran besar ini adalah humanistik dan transpersonal. Kesehatan mental dalam perspektif transpersonal itu manusia dianggap sebagai makhluk yang unik, yang mampu menyatukan organisme, somatik, psikis, dan spiritual. Nah, seorang sehat mental dalam pandangan humanistik dan transpersonal Apabila ia mampu mengembangkan potensi-potensi dalam diri, tidak hanya dengan mengendalikan pengalaman masa lalu, tapi juga ia mampu mempelajari pola yang baik sehingga dapat menghasilkan respon yang aktif dan produktif bagi diri seseorang. Ini menurut humanistik. Saya kira salah satu tokohnya mungkin kita kenal semua adalah Maslow. Maslow pada awalnya kan ada seorang akan berkembang menjadi sehat kalau dia mampu menyelesaikan basicnya. Yang berikutnya berkembang ke arah metaneed yang ujungnya spiritualitas. Jadi pada dasarnya pendekatan humanistik sudah mulai memasukkan unsur spiritualitas di dalam pemahaman tentang kesehatan mental. Oke. Berikutnya tentunya kita akan sampai pertanyaan bagaimana pandangan filosofi Islam. Karena mau tidak mau, faktor filosofi itu penting di dalam memahami kesehatan mental. Karena melalui filosofi yang diketahui dari pandangan teorinya, kita akan memahami tentang makna dan hakikat manusia sebagai objek dan sekaligus sebagai subjek dalam kajian ini. Karena kita membahas kesehatan mental, maka kita membahasnya dari sisi kesehatan mental. Baik, mungkin lebih.
There are at least 3 schools of thoughts that dominate the understanding of modern psychology today. The first one is psychoanalysis, which fundamentally perceives humans as being regulated by unconscious instincts. And based on understanding of psychoanalysis, it's the responsibility of an individual to balance between their superego and id by maximizing the ability of ego to basically regulate their emotions, as well as connecting between the internal self and the external self. There's also a school of thought that emerged a few decades after psychoanalysis came into play, which is referred to as behaviorism, that basically perceive individuals as rather passive actors that are subject to constraints of the environment, and they're oftentimes perceived as neutral agents that are heavily influenced by the effects of conditioning or learning in his or her environment. And the last one is humanistic and transpersonal, which was initiated initially by Abraham Maslow, which perceives individual needs as something that is progressive or hierarchical, starting from the most basic needs to the ultimate one, which is self-actualization, as well as the needs for something that is fundamentally transcendental. Humans in this particular case are also perceived not only as a somatic entity or a physiological entity, but also as an entity that is psychological as well as spiritual in nature.
Baik, sekarang pertanyaannya bagaimana filosofi Islam tentang manusia? Ini saya sampaikan ada 7 hal penting di dalam memahami tentang manusia dalam perspektif Islam. Yang ini diambil dari Al-Quran. Pertama, manusia itu dilahirkan ke muka bumi itu dengan fitrahnya suci. Fitrahnya beragama lurus, ya. Lurus itu dalam konteks Islam. Jadi manusia itulah dalam pandangan Islam sebenarnya lahir dengan beragama Islam. Ya, lingkunganlah yang menyebab dia menyimpang dari agama yang fitrah ini. Hal ini bisa dibaca dari surat Rum ayat 30, ya, atau Al-A'raf ayat 127. Jadi kalau kita melihat pendudukan manusia dalam perspektif Islam, apalagi nanti mau dihubungkan dengan kesehatan mental, kita harus tetapkan manusia itu sebagai makhluk yang beragama. Ya. Seseorang menjadi terganggu mentalnya ketika tadi keluar dari nilai-nilai yang seharusnya dia peroleh dari lingkungannya. Oleh karena itu kalau kita memperhatikan salah satu tokoh yang mengembangkan psikoterapi Islam, yaitu adalah dia mengatakan paradigma untuk melakukan intervensi psikologi mengembalikan manusia ke dalam fitrahnya beragama, terlepas agama apapun yang diyakini. Itu kata beliau. Jadi artinya sekarang kita melihat, jadi ketika kita berhadapan dengan ya masalah kesehatan, orang yang datang dengan keluhan gangguan kesehatan, kita bisa telusuri tentang bagaimana keratan hubungannya atau nilai-nilai spiritualnya terbentuk di dalam individu itu. Ya, jadi karena dasarnya manusia itu makhluk yang harus beragama, menjadi tidak beragama karena lingkungan. Ataupun kita perhatikan sekarang banyak orang pindah-pindah agama juga, perhatikan fondasi agamanya tidak cukup kokoh untuk ditanamkan, sehingga dia selalu dalam kondisi bimbang. Yang kedua, manusia itu dilahirkan ya adalah fisiknya sempurna ya. Jadi di sini manusia diciptakan dengan sempurna-sempurnanya bentuk. Dia dapat berjalan dan berdiri, bahkan berlari tegak lurus. Tidak ada satu makhluk pun yang di dunia ini yang sesempurna-sempurnanya manusia. Ini bisa kita lihat di surat Tin ayat 4. Artinya, kalau kita menyadari manusia itu adalah makhluk yang sempurna, tugas lingkungan apa? Menjadi sesuatu yang produktif. Ya. Justru dengan dia bisa berjalan dan berlari tegak lurus, itu menunjukkan manusia itu adalah sesuatu yang luar biasa di dalam kepentingan beradaptasi dengan lingkungan. Ya. Di samping itu juga di sini tekankan bahwa selain manusia itu memiliki wujud fisik yang sempurna, juga diberikan akal. Pernyataan Quran surat Tin ini sebenarnya sekaligus barangkali kita bisa membuat antitesis terhadap pandangannya dari teori evolusinya Darwin. Seakan-akan Darwin mengatakan manusia itu datang dari makhluk, seakan-akan menyempurnakan diri sesuai dengan tuntutan. Jadi kalau kita lihat dari ayat ini sekaligus membuat antitesis bahwa apa yang dikemukakan oleh Lewis tidak sesuai dengan pandangan Al-Quran. Ya. Berikutnya yang luar biasa, manusia itu dilahirkan sesuatu yang unik, yang memiliki potensi yang berbeda-beda. Ya. Sekaligus ini pun membantah filsafatnya John Locke. Seakan-akan John Locke mengatakan manusia bagaikan kertas putih kosong, belum ada tulisan apapun. Padahal manusia dilahirkan dengan potensi yang sudah memiliki kemampuan yang berbeda-beda. Ini dijelaskan dalam surat Zuhruf, Ar-Rum, dan sebagainya. Jadi kalau kita perhatikan, manusia lahir secara fisik, tidak ada satupun manusia yang sama. Berikutnya di dalam konteks kecerdasan pun berbeda-beda. Jadi manusia ada yang memiliki tingkat kecerdasan tinggi, ada yang memiliki tingkat kecerdasan yang kurang ataupun yang sedang. Dalam hal emosi pun dijelaskan dalam Al-Quran bahwa emosi manusia pun berbeda-beda. Ya, jadi secara fisik berbeda, secara psikologis dan emosi pun berbeda. Tidak ada satupun manusia yang sama. Ini menunjukkan bahwa pendekatan Islam di dalam memahami harus menekankan pada individual differences. Itu yang ketiga. Yang keempat yang saya temukan di dalam Al-Quran, manusia adalah makhluk sosial. Diciptakan bersuku-suku, berbangsa-bangsa. Diciptakan sebagai laki-laki, perempuan, dan bersuku-suku dan berbangsa. Tujuannya apa? Untuk saling mengenal satu sama lain, untuk membantu satu sama lain, harus berlaku adil, tidak merugikan atau tidak membuat kerusakan terhadap orang lain. Jadi kalau kita perhatikan sesungguhnya kalau sehat mental itu sebagaimana dijelaskan tadi di definisi indikator bahwa orang yang sehat mental itu harus mampu menyesuaikan diri dengan orang lain dan memperlakukan orang lain dengan baik. Jadi kalau sekarang terjadi sesuatu yang ya misalnya di dunia politik terutama ya seperti baru kita saksikan ada teroris dan sebagainya, kan ini seakan-akan memandang kelompok kiri yang benar, orang lain yang salah. Sebenarnya Islam mengajarkan tidak seperti itu. Oleh karena itu sebenarnya Islam itu rahmatan lil alamin dan selalu menjaga ikatan sosial yang baik dengan orang lain, termasuk dengan tetangga. Jadi inilah kita perhatikan dari surat Al-Furqan, Zukhruf, ya, Al-Ra'd dan sebagainya. Ini menggambarkan manusia itu adalah dilahirkan sebagai makhluk sosial. Oke, berikutnya yang saya temukan juga di dalam Al-Quran. Jadi manusia itu diciptakan sebagai makhluk yang cerdas, yang berakal. Dengan akalnya dia diharapkan mampu ya mengatasi dan menyelesaikan masalah secara dengan baik ya. Ini bisa kita lihat di surat Al-Isra, surat Qaf ya, Abasa dan surat Al-Ra'd. Nah, di sini menggambarkan manusia itu diajak selalu untuk berpikir menyelesaikan masalah. Ada di dalam Quran yang menjelaskan ini ada satu kebun kurma di tanah yang hampir sama di situ, tapi kok rasanya berbeda-beda. Nah, itu yang dikatakan tanda-tanda bagi orang yang berakal. Jadi inti dari manusia dalam pandangan Islam adalah manusia yang berakal. Oleh karena itu tadi saya sepakat apa yang disampaikan oleh Dr. Bagus, bahwa manusia itu ya harus ujungnya mampu menyelesaikan masalah secara komprehensif. Karena manusia diberikan kemampuan akal yang luar biasa. Ya. Berbeda dengan makhluk. Jadi kalau lainnya, misalnya kalau kita bicara tentang binatang, binatang tidak memiliki kemampuan akal. Sehingga dari dulu sampai sekarang tingkah laku yang dia lakukan sama saja. Tapi manusia selalu berubah-ubah sesuai dengan perkembangan zaman. Yang berikutnya, manusia itu selalu ini ya, memiliki potensi untuk bergerak ke masa depan. Jadi ini sama saja dengan mungkin teorinya Maslow ya. Manusia itu selalu berkembang ke arah aktualisasi diri. Tapi dalam pengertian Islam, masa depan itu tidak semata-mata masa depan di dunia saja, tapi juga manusia jauh harus menjangkau ke dunia akhirat. Jadi tetap manusia itu harus memperhatikan akhirat tanpa mengabaikan kehidupan. Artinya ayat ini cerita tentang dari satu kegelapan ke dalam dunia yang terang. Jadi bergerak ke masa depan. Atau di dalam hadis juga sering kita ketemukan yang berbunyi hari ini harus lebih baik dari hari kemarin, ya. Hari besok harus lebih baik dari hari ini. Jadi itulah pada prinsipnya manusia dalam pandangan Islam harus melihat sesuatu itu jauh ke depan, ke masa yang akan datang, termasuk dunia akhirat. Ya, ketika dia melihat akhirat, tentunya harusnya dunia pun bisa dipenuhi. Ini yang keenam. Yang ketujuh yang saya temukan di dalam Al-Quran, manusia itu adalah memiliki potensi untuk menjadi khalifah. Kita bisa lihat di ayat 30 sebenarnya sampai 34. Apa keistimewaan manusia khalifah itu? Kita ketahui Nabi Adam dengan diberikan pengetahuan yang luas tentang nama-nama benda dan fungsi-fungsi benda, dengan kemampuannya itu Nabi Adam bisa menjawab semua pertanyaan yang diajukan oleh malaikat. Sehingga pada akhirnya malaikat sujud sebagai bentuk apresiasi bahwa manusia itu memiliki kapasitas pengetahuan yang luas. Tentang pemahaman ayat ini kalau saya kaitkan juga dengan pendapatnya Bandura mengatakan semakin banyak informasi yang dimiliki, tentu seseorang akan semakin mampu mencari alternatif masalah yang dihadapi. Jadi tidak jawabannya itu saja. Jadi selalu dia aktif, kreatif untuk menyelesaikan problematiknya. Nah, saya kira ayat 30 sampai 34 menjelaskan tentang keistimewaan manusia sebagai khalifah. Artinya tugas kita sebagai khalifah bagaimana mengelola diri kita, mengelola alam raya ini untuk kesejahteraan umat manusia. Jadi kita punya tugas dan tanggung jawab tentang peran kita mengelola alam ini untuk kesejahteraan orang lain. Jadi kalau kita perhatikan dari 7 poin pandangan Islam tentang hakikat manusia, artinya manusia itu harusnya sempurna. Dari fisiknya sempurna, dia harus mampu menjalin relasi sosial yang baik, disertai dengan kemampuan berpikir yang komprehensif dan integratif. Jadi kalau kita lihat dari filsafat ini, saya kira tadi sepakat dengan apa yang disampaikan oleh Pak Bagus. Ya, silakan. Satu.
There are several verses in the Quran that emphasize the fundamental philosophy of human being. The first one comes from Arum 30, where humans are perceived as pure entity that are born into this world as naturally Islamic, but because of the pressure coming from the environment and the way he or she is nurtured in a different family, that's what leads people to deviate from the pure teachings of Islam. This leads a scholar named Hotman Abdallah to conclude that any therapy or any form of guidance should be focused on guiding individuals back into the teachings of Islam. Humans were also created as perfect beings. They're able to walk and run in an upright manner, different to other species that exist on Earth. This is also in contradiction with the conventional theory of Darwinian evolution, which seems to suggest that humans evolved from imperfect form to perfect form, as opposed to what Quran says, which is that humans were initially created already as perfect beings. The other foundation that we can basically understand about philosophy of humans is that humans are born with different potentials. This is in line with psychological understanding of differences between nomothetic and ideographic approaches, where humans are basically born with differing degrees of potential. Some have higher IQ scores than others. Some have some proclivity when it comes to their personality traits. And this is also in contradiction with the conception of tabula rasa, which was proposed by John Locke. Humans are also created as social beings. There's an emphasis of how important multiculturalism is in Islam, as well as acceptance of differences. Humans are also perceived as intelligent beings capable of complex reasoning that is not observable in any other species. This also gives the capacity for individuals to adapt to their environment, not positioning themselves as merely passive actors that are relentlessly influenced by the pressure of the environment. Humans have the potential to change from worse to better, not only in terms of the worldly desires or the worldly obtainment, but also when it comes to the akhirat. And humans, lastly, are created to have the potential and capacity as caliphs on earth, where we continuously innovate and try to find a way to solve ever increasingly complex problems. And there's always diversification when it comes to the kind of innovations that humans came up with, irrespective of their geographical areas or their origins. Yes, that's all.
Baik, berlandasan landasan filosofi yang tadi dikemukakan, tentu bagaimana supaya kita bisa membangun individu yang sehat mental. Tugasnya tentu lingkungan memfasilitasi, ya, memfasilitasi untuk pengembangan potensi-potensi individu, sehingga diharapkan dia mampu berpikir rasional, realistis, dan objektif, serta dilatih bagaimana dia menyelesaikan permasalahan-permasalahan secara efektif dan efisien berdasarkan nilai-nilai moral. Jadi intinya bagaimana Dengan kita menyadari tentang potensi-potensi yang dimiliki seseorang, maka tugas lingkungan tadi memfasilitasi dan mengembangkan. Terutama apa yang saya temukan di praktek-praktek psikologi, problemnya seringkali karena tidak terlatih menyelesaikan permasalahan yang dihadapi. Misalnya model-model pengasuhan seperti pemanjaan atau hukuman, itu seringkali tidak membangun kemampuan seseorang untuk lebih melihat masalah secara realistis, dan dia tidak mampu menyelesaikan permasalahan secara rasional objektif. Jadi artinya ketika kita memahami tentang potensi-potensi dasar yang tadi saya kemukakan, lingkungan harusnya memfasilitasinya. Ya mudah-mudahan artinya kalau kita kembali ke kondisi lingkungan yang selama ini sedang mengalami permasalahan, karena ternyata COVID ini berdampak negatif, bagaimana lingkungan memberikan informasi sehingga mereka menyadari dan mampu beradaptasi secara efektif. Berikutnya, silakan. Ya. Dalam kaitan dengan upaya memahami kesehatan mental dalam perspektif Islam, maka faktor tauhid penting artinya. Tauhid itu artinya berkaitan dengan keyakinan kehidupan spiritual maupun berperilaku sesuai dengan tata aturan yang diajarkan oleh agama. Jadi ada kaitan dengan keimanan dan sekaligus juga di sini ada berperilaku sesuai dengan ajaran agama. Jadi kalau di kita berarti ada rukun iman, ada rukun Islam. Jadi tauhid ini dua satu kesatuan yang tidak dipisahkan antara apa yang kita pikirkan dengan apa yang kita lakukan. Ini dalam pengertian kesehatan mental. Oleh karena itu, mungkin di sini agak tidak tercantumkan, jadi saya tambahkan aja. Jadi untuk meningkatkan kesehatan mental dalam perspektif Islam atau perspektif agama, maka peran agama tidak boleh dianggap sekedar ritual yang mempengaruhi orang hanya pada tingkat individu, tetapi juga agama harus berfungsi menegakkan keadilan dalam semua aspek kehidupan yang bermanfaat bagi seluruh masyarakat. Yang ketiga, manusia harus bertindak sesuai dengan prinsip-prinsip dasar yang mengatur tidak hanya untuk kesejahteraan fisik dan materi, tetapi juga bagi kepentingan pertumbuhan spiritual dan peningkatan kesejahteraan manusia. Agama juga harus berfungsi untuk mengarahkan seseorang menuju kehidupan yang seimbang. Yang terakhir, agama juga harus memberi tuntunan yang sejati dan motivasi untuk mencapai kehidupan yang lebih bermanfaat dan bermakna. Jadi kalau kita kaitkan dengan pandangan Islam, pandangan tentang Islam dikaitkan dengan kesehatan mental, maka kedudukan agama sangat penting. Jadi bukan mengajarkan semata-mata ritual saja, tapi bagaimana dia bisa menegakkan dia sesuai dengan rambu-rambu yang ada di dalam Al-Quran dan hadis yang memandu tingkah laku manusia. Sehingga diharapkan manusia akan mampu beradaptasi secara baik dengan lingkungannya, serta memperhatikan tingkat kesejahteraan umat manusia pada umumnya. Silakan lagi.
So the ultimate goal that we should strive to obtain is creating an environment that is conducive as well as accommodating towards the different needs as well as personas that people have in order to accommodate people with necessary environments so that they can think rationally, objectively, and realistically, but also still within the limits as well as norms that exist in Islam. At the core of it, Tawhid factor focuses on sort of like teaching us about not only the importance of religion in the private lives of every individual, but also adhering to principles of Islamic values in a communal life, how we should, for example, base our decision-making processes on values that are taught in Islam, as well as different principles that have already been written, both explicitly as well as implicitly in the Quran, as well as different hadith.
Baik, kita lanjutkan ya. Sekarang bagaimana peran agama dalam rangka untuk meningkatkan kesehatan mental? Ini saya sampaikan ada 4 hal. Pertama, agama itu memprotek ya manusia untuk bertingkah laku dalam makna kesehatan, ya, makna yang sehat. Yang kedua, agama adalah untuk kepentingan dapat memperluas network dan sosial interaksi. Saya kira kegiatan agama, misalnya sekarang kita mau menghadapi bulan puasa, biasanya juga ada kegiatan sholat tarawih, jelas di situ terjadilah network kita semakin luas dengan masyarakat. Yang ketiga, bahwa agama memberikan rasa koherensi dan makna dalam hidup. Yang terakhir, agama bisa digunakan sebagai framework ya untuk menginterpretasi pengalaman-pengalaman atas kejadian-kejadian yang menimbulkan ketegangan atau berbagai macam stres yang dihadapi dalam situasi kehidupan. Jadi jelas peran agama ini akan mampu meredusir tentang berbagai kesulitan yang dihadapi dan juga sekaligus diharapkan mampu meningkatkan jaringan interrelasi yang lebih luas. Baik. Davio.
There are 4 different functions that we can associate with the role of Islam in mental health. The first one is religion protects humans from health compromising behaviors or any other behaviors that are compromising in nature. This is because Islamic principle at its core teaches us to practice moderation in every single behavior that we conduct in our daily lives, ranging from the way we eat, the way we sleep, the way we conduct work, as well as the way even simple things like humor, for example. Religion can also help explain the network and social interactions of every individual, considering that establishing or maintaining silaturahim is a value that has been nurtured as early as when Muslims are still young. This is also true when it comes to social gatherings about how people are expected to be open and try to interact with their family members as their close friends, considering that social support is a mitigating factor that can help provide some form of psychological protections in the face of stressful events. In this particular case, Islam helps improve the overall mental health of individuals. The third one's religion provides a sense of coherence, unity, as well as meaning in life. It helps as a frame of reference to interpret experiences as well as stressful situations. This can help increase the resilience of people when they are confronted by immediate stressful events, because they know that life is always associated with stressful events, and they can find a much deeper purpose in every single event that they encounter, even if that event is negative.
Baik ya. Kalau tadi dalam uraian sebelumnya kita bicara lebih di tataran konseptual, maka kita akan dalam paparan berikutnya saya akan menampilkan tentang hasil-hasil penelitian, bagaimana keterkaitan pengaruh agama dikaitkan dengan kesehatan mental. Ada penelitian yang menunjukkan bahwa terdapat korelasi yang sangat tinggi antara keyakinan agama yang dianut seseorang terhadap kesejahteraan psikologis atau psychological well-being. Dan ternyata agama juga menunjukkan peran kunci dalam rangka kesehatan fisik maupun kesehatan mental. Ini antara lain dikemukakan oleh Kawachi dan Beckman pada tahun 2001, sudah lama penelitian. Penelitian lain juga menunjukkan agama memiliki dampak positif terhadap kondisi kesehatan mental, terutama mereka yang berkomitmen terhadap keyakinan dan perilaku keagamaan. Ini dikemukakan oleh Hamdan, Dasar, dan sebagainya. Ini menunjukkan bahwa peran agama penting dalam kaitan dengan kesehatan. Jadi kalau kita kembali ke dalam filosofi tentang manusia, pada dasarnya manusia itu fitrahnya beragama, maka melalui agama yang diyakininya, justru kita kembalikan kepada fitrahnya sebagai makhluk beragama. Ini menunjukkan bahwa pentingnya peran kesehatan mental, khususnya peran agama dalam kaitan dengan kesehatan mental. Bahkan juga bukan hanya kesehatan mental, agama juga berperan dalam kaitan dengan kesehatan fisik. Misalnya, kalau kita baca salah satu dari Rahman mengatakan tentang bagaimana beliau menangani kasus-kasus yang mengalami permasalahan psikologis dengan mengajak mereka berpuasa, sholat tahajud, dan sebagainya. Ternyata itu juga efektif untuk mengatasi berbagai macam problem psikologis yang dihadapi. Walaupun inti dari banyak terapi psikologis itu menekankan mengubah cara berpikir. Jadi itu dalam kaitan dengan masalah agama dengan kesehatan. Bahkan riset-riset terakhir juga banyak menunjukkan bahwa agama berkaitan dengan usia, ya, panjangnya usia. Jadi banyak bukti-bukti orang yang panjang usianya memiliki ikatan kehidupan agama yang sangat baik. Jadi itu membuktikan bahwa sekali lagi peran agama menjadi bagian penting dalam konteks kesehatan fisik maupun kesehatan mental. Silakan lanjut.
It goes without saying that spiritual or religious intervention is very relevant and cannot simply be detached from the experiences of Muslims' lives. Obviously, in terms of methods or methodology, it's going to vary from one person to another. But the core idea of any religious interventions is to integrate different teachings or practices of Islam based on what that particular individual believes with the existing modern therapies, which means that these two different schools of thought should not be exclusionary or contradictory towards one another, but there can actually be a holistic way of integrating existing modern therapies with religious therapies. And it's also been proven that the efficacy of such interventions extends from symptoms related to somatizations to even more extreme types of mental disorders, such as depression, for example, paranoia, psychosis, and etc.
Baik. Kalau tadi kita bicara tentang bagaimana kaitan agama dengan kesehatan mental, tentu kita terakhir akan membahas bagaimana pengaruh intervensi. Jadi kalau kita akan melakukan intervensi dalam rangka memperbaiki kesehatan mental, saya kira banyak dilakukan pengujian empiris dari para ahli. Ya, tadi mungkin di bagian atas dulu, mungkin dilihat kembali ke atas. Oke, jadi ini bagaimana efek dari pengaruh spiritualitas terhadap intervensi psikologi. Jadi intervensi psikologi melalui pendekatan spiritualitas dan religiusitas ternyata efektif untuk menangani berbagai gangguan. Dari gangguan somatisasi, obsesi kompulsi, depresi, anxiety, agresi, fobia, paranoid, dan psikotik. Jadi ini seakan-akan meyakinkan kepada kita peran agama di dalam kaitan dengan intervensi psikologi. Dan berdasarkan hasil pengalaman saya dengan membimbing para mahasiswa teknis dengan menggunakan media ayat-ayat Al-Quran dapat memperbaiki cara berpikir pada mereka yang mengalami berbagai gangguan psikologi, termasuk penderita depresi. Jadi ternyata memperbaiki cara berpikir dengan menggunakan media-media yang relevan dengan problematiknya ternyata efektif untuk menyelesaikan permasalahan yang dihadapi. Demikian pula dilanjutkan. Ini pun berhubungan dengan terapi restrukturisasi kognitif. Ya. Tentunya ini restrukturisasi kognitif, jadi CBT, yang sudah diintegrasikan dengan agama, dengan memanfaatkan Al-Quran dan hadis, ternyata bisa menyelesaikan hal-hal yang berkaitan dengan disfungsional berpikirnya. Jadi sekaligus di sini bahwa anjuran kita di dalam konteks kesehatan mental dalam perspektif Islam, bagaimana kita memanfaatkan Al-Quran, memanfaatkan hadis untuk kepentingan intervensi psikologi terhadap berbagai macam gangguan. Kalau kita banyak melakukan nanti penelitian dan ternyata bukti-bukti efektif dengan penguatan itu menjadi sesuatu yang sangat diharapkan. Saya kira kan sekarang juga ada atau penyaji yang akan tampil di sini juga membahas tentang ada terapi yang dia kembangkan TIP ya, Traditional Islamically Intervention Psychotherapy. Ternyata efektif menyelesaikan. Jadi artinya mudah-mudahan setelah kita melakukan seminar ini, semua peserta yang hadir mau dan bersedia untuk mengembangkan psikoterapi yang berhubungan dengan Islam atau konseling atau psikoterapi dengan memanfaatkan Al-Quran dan hadis sesuai dengan permasalahan yang dihadapi. Karena pada dasarnya manusia itu adalah makhluk yang beragama dengan dasar adalah fitrahnya suci dan lurus. Oleh karena itu melalui intervensi psikologi mengembalikan kita kepada fitrahnya manusia yang beragama. Saya kira itu sekaligus dalam kesimpulan saya di dalam forum ini. Terima kasih. Silakan.
So in the traditions of Islamic life, cognitive structuralization therapy seems to date back hundreds of years ago, which means that it's a form of therapy that already existed long before the modern cognitive structuralization therapy even existed. The difference between the modern and the Islamic one is that there's more Islamic nuances put into the therapy itself, such as how different verses as well as hadiths are integrated to help people overcome patterns of dysfunctional thinking or irrational beliefs. Again, the fundamental difference is that there are Islamic nuances, and it is typically designed for particularly Muslims. And obviously the efficacy of which can also be further analyzed or read from the studies conducted by Badri in 1996 and Hamdan in 2008. Thank you.
Baik, terima kasih. Kayaknya terakhir nih kesimpulannya bahwa kesehatan mental adalah ke arah bagaimana membangun kesejahteraan subjektif ya, dengan meningkatkan kemampuan kematangan emosional, kematangan sosial, dan kematangan intelektual. Dengan kematangan yang dimiliki, diharapkan dia mampu beradaptasi dengan lingkungannya secara efektif. Terakhir, peran agama sangat penting di dalam rangka membangun dan meningkatkan kapasitas seseorang untuk menjadi individu yang sehat. Saya kira itu kesimpulan yang bisa saya tarik dari diskusi yang ada pembahasan hari ini. Terima kasih. Kembali ke moderator.
As a conclusion, Islamic psychology should be perceived as not something that is exclusionary to modern psychology, but it has to be perceived as a subfield or even an independent field that is inherently inseparable from modern psychology as a broader discipline, considering that we cannot detach this particularly spiritual experience from the experiences of billions of people. And if we were to understand human nature as it is, then we should always include the discussions about the importance of religion in human lives. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lavio and Dr. Umar for the presentation, and Lavio for the translation. Thank you very much. And there's one question in the chat here. So the question is from Abdul Khalik. The question is, what is the most basic of Islamic psychology in order to solve these mental health issues? Could you please translate it, Lavio, to Dr. Umar? Thank you. I think Lavio is talking to Dr. Umar, but he's still muted. Okay. Just the questions, please. Okay, so we are waiting for the answer from Dr. Umar. Udah dapat pertanyaannya, Kang?
Belum ada.
Jadi pertanyaannya,
coba diulangi.
Jadi pertanyaannya, apa sih dasar-dasar dari psikologi Islam yang bisa digunakan untuk mengatasi masalah mental?
Itu pertanyaannya. Baik, kan kalau kita memperhatikan gangguan mental pada umumnya, seringkali terjadinya karena terjadi distorsi ya, distorsi persepsi maupun distorsi berpikir. Oleh karena itu di dalam konteks terapi, ya, misalnya apalagi kalau kita memilih menggunakan terapinya CBT. Di CBT itu dalam kaitan dengan memperbaiki cara berpikirnya, ya, terutama memperbaiki distorsi karena artinya stimulus yang dia terima sesungguhnya tidak sesuai lah dengan realitasnya, tapi karena pemaknaan dia yang salah tentang stimulus itu berdampak menjadi sesuatu yang negatif. Dari kesalahan berpikir, kesalahan persepsi ini tentu akan membantu kesalahan berpikir, dan kesalahan berpikir itu akan berdampak terhadap gangguan emosi, bahkan nanti bisa mempengaruhi gangguan berpikir. Jadi sebenarnya kalau kita kembali ke sejarah perkembangan kognitif, sebenarnya dimulai oleh Healt ya. Healt bagaimana menangani kasus yang depresi. Dengan cara apa? Memperbaiki cara berpikirnya. Jadi sekali lagi, kalau kognitif yang selama ini dikembangkan oleh Beck, kalau kita telusuri riwayat kehidupan atau riwayat teori itu, sebenarnya sejak Healt itu sudah digunakan dalam upaya menangani penderita depresi. Jadi kata Healt kan depresi itu ada dua. Bisa penyebabnya tidak diketahui, itu ada hubungannya dengan faktor fisik, tapi juga karena ada hubungannya kaitan dengan kekecewaan-kekecewaan. Apakah karena tidak tersampaikan apa yang dipikirkan, atau tadi ada kehilangan sesuatu. Tentu ketika dia ada tidak tercapai apa yang diinginkan, tugas kita menelusuri kenapa. Apakah itu sesuatu yang tadi? Apakah ada selisih yang terlalu jauh antara apa yang diharapkan dengan realitas? Kalau itu problemnya, artinya tugas terapis melakukan upaya dia lebih memahami secara realistis kapasitas apa. Dia harus mengenali kapasitas yang dimilikinya. Sehingga tidak mengharapkan sesuatu yang tidak mungkin dicapai. Itu kalau anggapannya bahwa depresi sebagai akibat tidak tercapainya sesuatu yang diinginkan. Tapi bisa juga nanti depresi itu terjadi karena kehilangan sesuatu. Ketika kehilangan sesuatu, karena kehilangan sesuatu dikaitkan dengan materi, maka Al-Kindi mengajaknya ke arah psikologis, memperbaiki cara berpikir. Bahwa hidup ini katakanlah satu tantangan yang harus diselesaikan secara objektif realistis. Itu inti yang disampaikan dalam terapi psikologi Islam. Ya, jadi karena itu intinya bahwa kebanyakan memang punya pengalaman negatif, tapi seringkali digeneralisasikan sehingga pikiran yang keliru itu berdampaklah kepada emosinya yang terganggu, bahkan tingkah lakunya juga menjadi bermasalah. Jadi oleh karena itu banyak terapi yang direkomendasi oleh psikolog Islam atau terapis Islam adalah memperbaiki cara berpikirnya. Itu salah satu contoh saja. Itu barangkali Bunun. Silakan mungkin.
The translation offered by Dr. Umar, in conclusion, is basically the tradition of therapies in Islam is rooted in identifying the causes of the depression itself by trying to dig deeper into the misperception or distortion that cause people to think the way they think, the way they feel, the way they feel. Oftentimes, they're attributed either to the discrepancy between what exists and what is ideally expected from reality, or from the loss of someone close to us. But when it comes to the core idea of therapies in Islam, it's not much of a difference when we try to compare it with the modern one, which is to basically try to find the root cause or identify the actual causes of that particular misperception or distortion, and find our ways to basically help the person come into a realization that that distortion is wrong, or that distortion is unrealistic.
Thank you very much, Dr. Umar and Lavia, for the translations and the great presentation. And we will move forward to another speaker. Thank you very much, Dr. Umar. Please give him applause. And Lavia, of course. Thank you. So now we're going to our next speaker. And we are very grateful to Professor Shukran Abdul Rahman for accepting our invitation and marking his presence here. And beforehand, I will read his resume. So, Professor Shukran was a visiting academic in the Department of Educational Psychology at Taibah University, Al-Madinah Al-Munawwarah, Saudi Arabia on 2008, and visiting academic ITPTN USM 2017. He's also the coordinator for Graduateness Research Unit, IIUM, and Associate Research Fellow at the National Higher Education Research Institute. Besides, he is also a distinguished associate fellow at the Institute for Psychotherapy, Correctional and Rehabilitation, a team member of Signature Leadership Program for Asian Higher Education Institution, which is a project by Higher Education Leadership Academy, HEPTN, CAMEORIHED. And he had served as Deputy Dean of Admission and Record Divisions. And currently, he is the Dean of the Kuliah of Islamic Revealed Knowledge and Human Sciences. So, I will now invite him to light the lamp and enlighten the audience with his inspirational presentations. The stage is yours, Professor Shukran.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli, amma ba'd. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very pleasant afternoon to all of you wherever you are. So thank you very much for inviting me, Universitas Islam Bandung, and the co-organizers as well. We have with us here Dr. Pak Bagus Riono, teman-teman dosen dari UNISBA dan lain-lainnya juga di Indonesia. Ya, selamat berjumpa kembali walaupun secara virtual. Baik, saya diminta untuk bercakap satu topik, satu tajuk yang I think relate much to the content presented this morning by Bapak Bagus Riono. Bagus sekali tadi isinya. Dan juga Bapak Umar. Jadi insyaAllah saya akan garapkan, I will be linking the topic that I will be speaking to the content. So I think my work is easier because they have provided with us, they have provided for us good or strong fundamentals on what Islamic psychology is and what Islam has offered us, okay, in terms of developing people so that our people can have happiness, a blessed life, and hasana, on this world. And it is also reiterated just now that the life that we are focusing must not only be the life on this world, but also life in the hereafter. Befitting the dua that we always recite, Ya Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban nar. So our role as psychologists here is to help people in attaining hasanah. We are helping people to get hasanah, to get goodness, to get good life. And our help is not only to get them attaining hasanah on this world, but also for them to attain hasanah in the hereafter, right? So when it goes to organization, I think it is also our responsibility to make sure that people who are working with us, people who are working for us, they are also attaining that satisfaction, that hasanah, that blessed life when they are working with us, right? So that they can have happiness when they go back from our workplace. I mean, whenever they are with their family members, whenever they are with their society, right? They are also happy because they are happy with us when they work with us. And in the long run, we want them to be happy, okay, when they leave the organization after they retired, right? And more importantly, we want them to have hasanah when they leave this world, when they enter the hereafter, in that sense, right? So hope what I will be telling or sharing with you, it will be beneficial to you. I'll be looking at our roles as organizational change and development specialist, because as IO psychology, as IO psychologist, we have an important role, which is to develop, which is to change, which is to improve ourselves, people who are dealing with us, our organization, our society, our nation, and inshallah our ummah as well. Allow me to share my screen now. Can you see this now? Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay, good. Right. So there are a number of keywords in this presentation. So we are talking about organization development, a healthy organization development, and how do we understand healthy organization or healthy organization development process from Islamic perspective, right? And the theme for this webinar seminar is mental health in the era of Society 5.0, something which has been deliberated by Dr. Bagus this morning on why we have to be contributive, why we have to be supportive of the development of Society 5.0. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Society 5.0 is to bring back, the humanity. I mean, to bring back the human factor in human, right? So we have been interneted so much, and we want to bring back the human factor in human in that sense, so that our life is more meaningful. Our life is not so mechanical. Our life is not so regulated by machine, but our life is being made meaningful, is related to bringing goodness to ourselves, to our society, now and also later in the hereafter as well, right? So the objective of my presentation is to share with you the roles of psychologists in organization development. What are the roles of psychologists in organization development? There are two important keywords there: psychologist and also organization development. What are our roles as psychologists? Psychologists are there in many settings. Just now, I think Bapak Umar has deliberated for us the roles of clinical psychologists or counseling psychologists in helping people to have, high-level mental health, right? And what are our roles? In ensuring that people who are working in our organization or working in an organization attain good level of mental health, right? And what do we mean by organization development? Are we only developing the organization, or are we working also to develop people in the organization? Or are we also making sure that the work processes are friendly to the people who are working in the organization? So at least, okay, we have 3 scopes to look at when we talk about organization development. And how are we going to see this from Islamic perspective? So that is my second function. Okay, I will be highlighting the application of behavioral sciences. How can we psychologists leverage or benefit from other behavioral sciences? When we say behavioral sciences here, we are not limiting it to only psychology discipline. All right, how do we engage our colleagues or our professionals from other social sciences discipline? Sociology, communication, political science, engineering, law, economics, accounting. There are so many subject matter which involve behaviors of people. So how are we going to engage them in our effort to develop organization? Right? And when we talk about knowledge, we do not only limit it to empirical knowledge, which are regarded as sciences. There are many principles as well, like Bapak Bagus just now has shared with us, many principles which are available to us in the Quran and Hadith. There are many principles that we can learn, that we can benefit from, a Quran and Hadith, and Torah as well. Okay, how do we combine this empirical knowledge and Islamic principles in our effort to design suitable, appropriate interventions to change our organization, to develop our organization, and also to improve our organization so that our people, our workers can have quality of work life. When we talk about work life, it is not only at our workplaces. We want them to have quality of life after they go back home as well. So at home, they have to have quality of life. We do not want them to have bad quality of life at home, because we believe that when our workers, when our employees have bad quality of life at home, they might be bringing that bad quality of life to our workplace as well. Right? So what are our roles as psychologists here? Are we only helping them when they have problem and at the workplace, or we are also helping them whenever they have problems at their society level, at their houses and things like those? All right. So let's look at the scenario that we are in now. Okay, what's happening to the world now? What's happening to our societies now? So we know that we have undergone society 1.0, society 2.0, society 3.0, society 4.0, and now society 5.0. Okay, so we know that people's activities has emerged from working on their own and then assisted by their family members, assisted by their pets or their animals, assisted by machine, assisted by new innovations until today when we are assisted by machines and also technology. We're talking about ICT now, right? So we have emerged from hunting and agriculture to industrial activities, and now we are in the information-related activities. Today, the world of work is characterized by volatile. What is volatile? Uncertain. I mean, very dynamic, right? Things change very fast. Today, we have one machine. Tomorrow, we have one newer machine. Next month, we have another newer machine. So much so that the machine that we are using today will be obsolete, will not be functioning anymore. All right, so we are working in a volatile, dynamic environment. Uncertain future. We do not know what will happen tomorrow. We will not know. We do not know what will happen next month. We do not know what will happen in future as well. So our future are unpredictable. We're having complex life now, especially in this pandemic time, right? So everything has changed from maybe easy last time to become more complex nowadays. We have also ambiguous condition of life. Ambiguous, we are not clear, right? Whether we should be doing this whether we should be doing that. We are not even sure whether we should stick to psychology or we should move to other discipline after we have graduated from this program of studies. All have disrupted our quality of life. community level and also individual level, including our mental health, including the mental health of our family members. And you have look at the statistics of mental health situations in Singapore, in the US, in Indonesia as well just now, right? So the dynamic workforce that we are housing in our organization deserved effective management system. They have got to be managed. Okay? We must not only get them to work for our productivity. We must not only get them to work for our profit, but we have to manage them properly so that they have good level of work life, so that they could have good level of well-being, yeah, when they are working with us, right? So they deserve effective management system. They also deserve judicious or good development programs. We have to develop them as well. We must not only get them to develop our organization for the organization's profit, for the organization progress. No, we have to also make sure that whoever come to us, whoever come to work with us are also being developed, because we are responsible upon their well-being, right? So we are their ra'in. Kullukum ra'in wa kullu ra'in mas'ulun an ra'ayati. So this talk about our responsibility on people whom we are caring, right? So we are carrying them. We are not only employing them, but we have to be caring for them as well, right? So that require effective management system, that require judicious development programs. Who know this? Who know this effort? Who know this management system? Who know the best way to develop people in organization? Now, with the knowledge that you have been learned, with the knowledge that you have been trained in psychology, inshallah, you are the one, okay, who are having knowledge, who have the capability, who have the competencies to create good management system, who have good training system to develop people in organization. All right. So you like it or not, we are the chosen people, okay, who made to specialize in understanding human characteristics. We learn psychology, right? We learn about human behavior. We learn about human mental processes. We learn about human emotion. We learn about human spiritual aspect. We learn about human soul. So we have the knowledge about human, overt and covert behavior. So with this knowledge, right, we have to use them to develop people in an organization. Right, so this is the meaning of Khalifa, right? So we are Khalifa on this world. Okay, we are sent to this world with purposes, and our purposes on this earth is to become Khalifa. What's the meaning of Khalifa? Khalifa is to safeguard religion, to safeguard the way of life which have been sent to us from Allah in the Quran and Sunnah. So we have to take care, we have to safeguard, we have to ensure that the deen or the lifestyle, the way of life, the standard way of life given to us are being safeguarded and adhered to. And the second part of our role as Khalifa is to administer this world, okay, to siyasatul dunia. We say the Khalifa is to hifzuddin and also siyasatul dunia. The siyasatul dunia here require us to administer this world. What are there on this earth? What are there on this world? Many objects, many creation, right? And one of the creation, the biggest, impactful, remarkable creation of God is human, right? So this human must be managed as well. It's not only the mountain, it's not only the oil, the gas, the mineral have to be managed. Human has been to be managed as well. We don't study zoology, so we don't manage animal. We don't study geology, so we don't know how to manage mineral. We don't know how to manage mountain and hill. We don't study oil and gas, so we do not manage oil and gas. We study human being. We study human characteristics. So we have to be using our knowledge on human being, on human characteristics to manage them. That is our role of Khalifa here. So we do not study psychology. We want to get the degree of psychology. Now we study psychology because we want to use the knowledge of human behavior, human mental processes, human mental characteristics, human behaviors overt and covert, for their benefit as well. Right? So this is our role as psychologists. And in organization, you have industrial and organizational psychology. You have also industrial and organizational psychology related professionals. Who are they? Personnel psychologists, organizational psychologists, We have organization development specialists. You know, there are many IO related, you know, professionals in workplaces. All right. So if you are specializing in IO psychology, you know that it is a scientific study of the workplaces. So what do you study in the workplace? You study individual, you study group, and you study also work processes. Right? So you have to make sure that in and work fit well. That is good person job fit. It's also good person fit. That is also good person and work fit or job fit in that sense. All right. So this is important because we want them to have high level of job satisfaction. What if they have low level of job satisfaction? Maybe they have high level of job dissatisfaction. And when they have that, maybe their mental health is at risk. Okay? There is a risk of having mental health issue when you do not take care of this satisfaction, motivation, you know, well-being in organization. All right. So when we say that we apply psychology in organization, we are applying the approaches to gather data, the approaches to design intervention in order to make sure that people who are working in our organization, they have high level of well-being or good level of well-being in that sense. Right? So organization psychology is a science which is concerned with the behavior of working people and behavior. What will be the behavior of our workers if they have to deal with clients who are difficult, if they have to deal with customers who are difficult, or customers who always create problem to our workforce, right? So we have to look at, you know, this kind of people, I mean, this type of people, this group of people as well. Okay. Now, the second keyword is Islamic perspective. What do we mean by Islamic perspective? What is Islam in psychology? Right. So some people say that if we were to translate the word psychology to Arabic, it will become ulum al-nafs. Right. But will it be placed or positioned together with ulum al-Quran, ulum al-hadith, or ulum usul al-fiqh or fiqh? Okay. If it is translated to Arabic word? Maybe yes, because we found many approaches to study human in Al-Quran. We also found many principles that describe there are many principles, there are many descriptions about human nature, there are many descriptions about human development processes as well in the Quran. So much so that we can derive many information about men, about group, about work processes, about many aspects of human in the Quran. Right? So Islam has availed for us many knowledge, many information about human in the Quran. Right? So in other words, we are saying this, Islam provides good foundation on what? On relationship between people in group. So when we say in group, we are referring to organization, we are referring to society at various levels. Small group, okay, big group. So big group can also be at the level of country or even at the level of universe, global level. Islam provides good foundation on the way individuals interact. How do we interact with others? How we should be interacting with others. And how others' way of interaction bring impact on other people. Right? So Islam tells this, like, in the Quran, there are many cases of the impact or the effect of certain relationship between people. So discuss under various concepts, right? You can find many concepts in the Quran that talk about relationship between one individual and another, like leadership, well-being, and also mental health. Islam is a way of life, We say ad-din here. Okay, we don't want to translate Islam as religion, but we want to translate Islam as way of life, because it is not only about worship, it is not only about ritual, it is about. And the main sources of Islam are Quran and Hadith of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Okay. Islam is not only a religion, but a complete way of life, which covers and regulates all aspects of our life through a complete socio-economic system. This is by an author, Kharan. So we said these are the fundamental of Islamic perspective in our study. Iman, Islam, and Ihsan. We all know Islam, we all know Iman, and we also know Ihsan. How do we use this knowledge, this notion of Iman, Islam, and Ihsan in guiding our work as a psychology student, in guiding our work as a psychologist, in guiding our work as a psychology researcher in that sense? So briefly, I will share with you how we want to base our study, our work on Islam, Iman, and Ihsan. What is Islam? In Islam, we know that Islam is to accept that there is no God. We're talking about Tawheed here, right? But Allah is our God, and Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is the messenger of Allah, right? So we accepted Islam, alhamdulillah, we accepted Islam, and when we accepted Islam, we have these three, a package: Islam, Iman, and Ihsan, right? And I think we have recited this ayah or this dua, alhamdulillah ala ni'matil iman wa Islam, wa huma min a'zamin ni'am, right? So having Islam, having Iman, these are the remarkable gift, ni'mah from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because He gives us good foundation on how to lead life on this world and how to prepare ourselves for future life in the akhirah, in the hereafter. So a person who accepts Islam acknowledges that the message of Allah, the Almighty, is revealed to us through the last Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, right? A person who accepts Islam also observes Islamic foundation, Islamic obligation, 5 daily prayers, zakah, fasting, Ramadan, make pilgrimage in the house of Allah, and if he is or she is capable. Now, how do we learn from this? How do we, organization or IO psychologists in organization or owner in the organization, benefit from this knowledge? Right? So if we know that our people, our workers are practicing Muslim, or they are not practicing Muslim even, what is our responsibility? How do we develop them? How do we develop them? So do we want them to only serve us, the employer, or we want them to also serve their God or Allah when they are working for us? Right? So we know now that many organizations has availed workplaces, has availed worship places like Musalla, for example, for their people to perform prayer. And we have also heard azan being played or being recited in workplaces. Now, this is only one example, right? And we know also that organizations have a special scheme for their workers to do reduction of salary so that they can save money for Hajj, for example. And we also know that there are organizations who help their employees to pay zakah every year, right? So our development organization, are we only catering on developing them to become good worker, or we are also catering to developing them to become good worshipper or good abid to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as well? So we are talking about tripartite relationship here. If they have good relationship with Allah, inshallah they are going to have good relationship with their employer as well, right? So this is one, benefit from having this concept of Islam, in our effort to design intervention, which I will deliberate after this. Okay, the next one is Iman. Okay, how do we benefit from our workers who are Muslims with strong Iman, for example? If they don't have strong level of Iman, what do we do? What do you do with them? Do you have to educate them to have high level of Iman? What if you say that, that is none of my business to educate them to have level of iman? Now, you have heard of cases of corruption, right? You have heard of cases of low level of integrity. Who are these people? They might be good workers, they might be hardworking people, but their integrity level is questionable. What's missing? Maybe something which is missing is the iman level, right? The belief in Allah, the belief in angel, the belief in book, the belief in prophet, okay? The belief in qada and qadar. I mean, all those are important. I mean, to be having internal regulator, we say the fundamental inward actions here, right? So we as manager, we as superior, we as bosses, okay, cannot regulate them all the time. We cannot be CCTVing them. We cannot be monitoring them all the time. But we can develop the inner regulator, which is the iman, right? So we're talking about, a healthy organization development process. So that organization development process must factor in the development of these internal factors, including the iman aspect, the spiritual aspect, right? The covered aspect. The covered aspect is not only the job satisfaction variable. It is not only the commitment variable, but this religiosity variable as well. And when we talk about religiosity, we can factor in, input like this iman and Islam, and the other one is ihsan. Many people would translate ihsan as perfection, to attain perfection. But I tend to go back to the definition of ihsan as provided by Sayyidina Jibril to the Prophet Muhammad SAW. Right? So we know that ihsan refers to a state when we think that we can see Allah, but we can't actually. But we know for a fact that Allah is watching us. Right? To worship Allah as if you see Him, but we can't. But we know that Allah is seeing us. When we say worship here, it is not only the prayer that we perform, but all activities on this world, which we perform on this world. Right? So that is ibadah, right? So whenever we do ibadah at workplaces, when we work for our people, when we work for our bosses, when we work for our client, although there is nobody around us, okay, we know that Allah is watching us. Even though when there is no CCTV, we know that Allah is watching us. When we have that, concept of ihsan, inshallah, we are going to do work with honesty, with sincerity, with high integrity. And when we have that, okay, clear mind, clear heart, the probability of having disruption in our mental health can be reduced, or is reduced in that sense. Right? So what do we study in psychology? Right? So when we talk about Islamic perspective, what do we focus? Maybe we always focus on the variable, on the subject matter, right? So we study human. Like when we enter classes of introduction to psychology, we will ask our students, what is the definition of psychology? And as I've been teaching for more than 25 years, I will get same responses from students. They will say that psychology is a study of human behavior and mental processes. But are we limiting our study to only human behavior and mental processes? Right? So what does Islam, what does the Quran say about human? Does Al-Quran only talk about mental processes? Does Allah only talk about cognitive processes or about behavior? Right? So is there any other thing about behavior? Is there any other thing about human characteristics which have been mentioned in the Quran? There are many, right? So we do not want to put any other word after human, but we say that we want to study human. Okay? We want to study human characteristics. Okay? We want to study what account for human. We want to study human relationship. We want to study human now in this world or in this world. We want to study also human in the akhirah, right? So do we have to study human in the hereafter? Is it our responsibility to study human in the hereafter? Is it important for us to study human in the hereafter? There are many descriptions about human behavior in the hereafter, right? What happened to people who take corruption, who do corruption in the hereafter? I think it's important for us to know what are the fate of people, okay, who practice corruption, who do not honor amanah in the hereafter, so that we can, tailor, we can develop their correct behavior on this world, right? Now, what do we study? We study these human characteristics here. We study human characteristics in the hereafter as well. How do we study? How do we study? We use empirical approaches, right? We conduct experiment, we do survey, we do testing, right? So that is very important, right? Many ayah in the Quran encourage us or even ask us to do observation. That is empirical, right? And we also know that there are many information which are available in the Quran. We have to combine both. We have to benefit from both, right? The Quran and also the Sunnah, the Hadith, in our way to know about human characteristics. Okay, so coming back to organization, okay, just now we were talking about people in general in this world now. So in organization, okay, human in organization are very much affected by what's happening out there as well. The increasingly challenging factors, environmental factors, political factors, economic factors, and diverse job demand. There are many job demand now. So as a worker, you have to be doing many things. You have to be doing many work. And today I've read an article about people in Malaysia are overworked. They are exposed to various or diverse job demands, right? So these challenging factors, this diverse job demand have affected work's equilibrium, employees' work equilibrium. What is equilibrium? Harmonious life, balanced life. Our life is not balanced now. Why? Because there are many discrepancy, okay? Many mismatch, we call it incongruence, between job demands and our competencies. We only know A, B, C, but we have to do X, Y, Z, right? So your knowledge and your job demand do not meet. What will happen to employees? I do not know how to do my job. Maybe my boss will scold me. Or maybe I'll feel guilty myself because I cannot deliver what my organization expects me to do. I become stressed out. Right? So this is what we say incongruence, which affect our mental health in that sense. In many places, people are experiencing tough time. Many have difficulties in having their needs met. No money to eat, right? No time to rest, for example. And they are exposed to various challenging demands. Yet, there are many things that they are asked to do, right? So at workplaces, there are increasing evidences that both the content of work, the context of work have affected work-life balance. Content of work. What's content of work? What are written for you in your job description, your tasks, your duties, your responsibilities, right? So as a clerk, for example, what do you have to do? Okay, you have to type letter, you have to send letter, you have to email letter, you have to, talk to your boss, you have to call people, this one, so many job description that you have to do. That is job content. At the same time, you have to deal with the context as well. Your context, your workplace environment. Many people in your organization, some of them are good people. Some of them are bad people. They are what we call that toxic people. That is the context. Your office have good facilities. That's good context. But some organizations do not have good context. They don't provide you with good facilities, right? So that can be, problematic. That can cause problem to you as well, right? So there are challenges in workplaces, right? Because of the content and because of the context, right? And these lead to mental health issues among employees in organization. There are various phenomena which occur due to individual and institutional factors, and these are interrelated, and they would affect your well-being, they would affect your mental health state, okay, whenever you have to deal with, this scenario. Context, people, work from your organization and maybe from outside your organization as well. Right. So to recap, whenever we work, whenever people work in organization, they have to deal with tasks, duties, responsibilities. Right. So they have to perform. We call it performance. We call it process performance, or we call it task focused performance. Right. So whenever you work, also you have to meet your organization goal, whether you can perform to attain your organization goal, right? And in organization also, you have to do many things in order to satisfy your context. You have to make sure that your organization policy is met. Your organization want you to work extra hours, for example. I mean, although you have to work from 9 to 5, but your organization expects you to complete your work before you go back. So if you do not complete your work, you cannot go back. So that is context, right? So people do not go back on time in your organization, for example. That is the context performance. There are many, many contextual performance as well that create problem, that demands more work or more attention, and that would cause some disruption on workers, right? So what is organization development? I will talk about organization development after this. But what do you see in organization development? We have two scenarios here. So this is to borrow from group dynamic theory, right? So you know that in organization, when you introduce something or when you form something, you have this stage, forming, storming, norming, performing, and adjourning, right? So we do not want our group formation, okay, our work processes to cause more storming episode. What is storming? People cannot meet on one page. People cannot agree with each other. Okay, people has conflict among each other before they can have a normal life, right? So we desire this. We desire people to have only short level of storming. Short level of storming is attributed to, is caused by people questioning you, right? People questioning you, and then you have to be ready with answer, right? People question each other, for example, right? So storming is something very normal in organization, but we do not want it to take for a long period of time, like this. Now, this requires the contribution of psychologists. Psychologists can help organization to reduce or to do away with storming. Now, this is why we say any change, any development, any improvement in organization must be planned. How do we plan? We need professional. Okay, we need professional who can help organization to plan. And I think this is related to our title today, which is healthy organization development. How to have healthy organization development? We can have healthy organization development if the development process is assisted by people who know how to develop organization. And who are they? Organization development specialists. Who are organization development specialists? It can be psychologists. You can be a profession, you can be a professional, okay, who can contribute to organization development process. So let's look at the meaning of organization development. Okay, for our presentation today, we want to say that organization development is an application and transfer of behavioral knowledge, behavioral science knowledge, and Islamic principles. It's a systematic application. It's not an ordinary application. Systematic here requires plans. We have to plan on how to apply behavioral science knowledge. What do you mean by systematic application? What do you mean by systematic transfer of behavioral science knowledge and Islamic principles? It is systematic, yeah? Systematic here means it is not arbitrary application. It is not uninformed application. Uninformed or arbitrary, right? What is uninformed? You do not know what you are going to do. I am going to apply behavioral science knowledge that I learned in my class. Is it true? I am going to apply behavioral science principles which I have applied in my previous organization. Is it systematic? Is it science? No, right? So we are going to apply behavioral sciences knowledge based on the needs of the organization that we are working. What will happen if I apply behavioral sciences principles that I have used in Malaysian organization to an organization in Australia or in Indonesia, in Thailand? Maybe these principles, this application are not needed in this organization. And the result is storming. The result is protest. The result is detrimental effect to workers, detrimental effect or bad effect to the organization. This is not healthy. We are talking about healthy organization development. So a healthy organization development, there is a development process which is systematic. Systematic application of behavioral science knowledge as well as Islamic principles, right? So we are now saying that whenever we want to do organization development, we must not only use the empirical principles, but we have to also leverage. We must not also benefit from the Islamic principles that we have learned. Now, this morning we heard of UNISBA, mission, UNISBA vision, which is to embed, incorporate, practice, apply Islamic values in the field of psychology and psychology practice. And this is what organization development can benefit from as well, right? So where do we apply, where do we transfer behavioral science knowledge and Islamic principles? Okay, in development process, in plan development, in plan improvement, in plan reinforcement, in plan change. Right? So organization development doesn't only talk about development. We do not only talk about change. We talk about CID, we talk about change. Right? Sometimes we need to change whatever has been in place, because whatever has been in place doesn't work well. It is not effective. We need some change. And that changes must be informed by behavioral science principles as well as the Islamic principles in our context. Sometimes we don't have to change because whatever has been put in place is already good. What is needed is only improvement, right? But that improvement require, principles, require knowledge as well. So we're talking about change and improvement. Sometimes you have to introduce new practice, and that new practice has not been in place in the organization. So we're talking about development there, right? We're talking about development, we're talking about change, we're talking about improvement. Or I always say CID, change, improvement, and develop. Now, for people who have change, for people who are involved in development, for people who are involved in improvement, you are going to reinforce them. Make them repeat, the good improvement, the good development, the good change that they have participated, right? And that has to involve psychological practices, psychological knowledge, Islamic principles as well. So you also plan for the reinforcement, right? So what do you develop? What do you change? What do you improve? What do you reinforce? You reinforce strategy in the organization. You develop strategy in the organization, or you develop structure, or you improve structure, or you change structure in the organization, or you can also change, improve, develop, reinforce process. That can lead the organization to be more effective in that sense, right? So in conclusion, organization development specialist applies behavioral science and Islamic knowledge and principles to empower organization to change, to improve, to develop, and also to protect individuals and organization, right? So the word protect is also important because like I mentioned earlier in my lecture, we also want them to have hasanah in hereafter as well, right? The dua that we always recite, Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah. And we continue to say, waqina adzabannar. So we have to also protect people who are working with us, who are working for us, so that they are not going to suffer from any negative consequences. here and also in the hereafter. وَقِنَا عَذَابَ النَّارِ. Protect us from any negative consequences. And the worst negative consequences is to be entered, to be sent to the hellfire. A'udzubillah min zalik. So I want to say that healthy organization development would also include the development of knowledge, the development of skills to avoid any negative consequences, be it on this world or also in the hereafter. So what does this mean? So we have to workers' capacity, our workers' capability to protect them from being given negative consequences. Right? So when you work, you are exposed to many negative practices. Right? So the best example is corruption, graft, rasuah. Right? So how do we protect ourselves so that we are not being lured by, so that we are not being tempted by all these negative episodes of our life at workplaces? Right? So the development of people and organization must take this into account so that we can have healthy individual, healthy workforce working with us. So healthy organization development will also develop, the ability, the capability to protect themselves, to protect the organization from any negative consequences, either here or in the hereafter. Right? So since our theme is on mental health, I would like to say something about mental health in organization. What is mental health in organization? I believe that you still remember the previous lecture or session which has talked about mental health as given by the World Health Organization. What is health? According to WHO, health is a state of complete physical well-being, mental well-being, social well-being. Psychology deal with all of this, right? Physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of diseases or infirmity. So we're not talking about physical diseases only, we are talking about the social well-being, mental well-being, and physical well-being. And I've said many times that we have to make sure that our workers are healthy, having good well-being, having good quality of work life whenever they are working in our organization. Why? Because they bring this mood, they would bring this state whenever they go back home. So a healthy society would happen only when we have healthy workforce. Right? If you study industrial organizational psychology, and when you define career, career doesn't only refer to job that a person holds, career also refer to a combination of a person's job and also leisure activities, including after work. That's career. Right? So mental health is a state of well-being in which an individual realizes his or her own abilities. So we have to develop that. We have to make sure that we have to help our people know what are their abilities so that this ability will help them to deliver their job. This ability will help them to attain the organization goal, right? So individuals can cope with normal stresses of life. So we have to also empower them on how to deal with demands. Stress is everywhere, but how do we deal with that? Stress is also because of perception. So what are our capability to make our perception positive? Okay, we have to make sure that an individual can work productively and fruitfully, and we have to make sure that individual working in our organization is able to make contribution to his community, to his organization, or to her organization. Now, in my university, IUM, we define mental health to involve good interaction or good interplay between biological, psychological, social, and environmental factors. And when we say psychological, we also include the spiritual aspect. And these aspects contribute to the well-being of employees. So employees with good mental health are employees who have good cognitive, good physio-psychological, good intellectual and spiritual dimension of self. So when we define these, right, what is the implication? So we have to develop our workforce to have this aspect, programs to develop their intellectual ability. right? We also have the medical scheme. We have clinics. We have also panel doctors for them to go and check. Include psychological well-being as well, right? And we have also programs, Qiyamullah, just talk, right? To make sure that they also enhance their understanding on these three aspects, Iman, Islam, Ihsan, right? So employees with good mental health live in harmony, which is other, less conflict, tolerance, they can function well in their surrounding, at workplaces, outside workplaces, even after work as well, have awareness about their relationship with God, with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, right? So what do? Do we leave them to have, to look for knowledge about God, or do we have to have programs, right? So this has to be included in our organization development initiative so that we take care of all this. Right? So that is our role. So our roles as organization change and development specialists, I'm using the word OCD now, organizational change and development specialists, contribute to the effort of develop human, okay, and their life, their total life. We are not developing their work skills, but we are also developing their life skills. There are also parenting talk at workplaces. What is the relationship between parenting talk and work? No relationship? There are relationships actually, right? So the roles of organizational change and specialists to design various interventions. If you have studied organizational change and development, you know at least 5 interventions. Yeah, 5 interventions to change, to develop, to improve workforce way of thinking and feeling. And this thinking and feeling have influence over their actions, have influence or have bearing over their actions at workplaces and even after their complete or after their finished work. Okay, we're talking about their overall total life system. So organizational change and development specialists would involve, they are not going to do work alone. So if we work in organization, we want to change, we want to develop, or we want to improve organization, we need to engage, we need to samakan, we need to call other psychologists, and sometimes not psychologists, we can also invite sociologists, anthropologists, communication experts, economists, political scientists, scholars from social science, and also religious discipline. Okay, because we see that we are also transferring, applying the Islamic knowledge and principles, right? So we need ustaz as well. We need religious discipline, okay, in human development programs. Okay, so we don't do our work alone. We have to involve people from other disciplines as well, based on what our organization wants, based on what the organization which we are serving wants on it. So what do we develop? What do we change? What do we improve? Number 1, we develop the capacity, we develop the effectiveness for the organization themselves to change, to improve, and to develop. Now, healthy organization development require us psychologists, require us organization development specialists to enable, to develop the capacity of the organization itself so that the organization itself can change their people, can develop their people, and can also improve their people. So we have to work together with a team from that organization. All right, so what does this mean? So we cannot go as external people, if we are external consultant, and change the way they work there. No, they are not going to accept the way we introduce. They are not going to accept us, for example. So we have to work together with the team over there in the organization to build the capacity of the organization itself, okay, to change the organization, to improve the organization, to develop the organization. In other words, we as organization change and development specialists must empower the organization so that the organization itself or the organization on can develop, can change, and can improve the work process, the people, and also the organization work processes. All right, so organization development focus on building the ability of the organization, building the ability of the companies or the service provider to assess to the current functioning. All right, so we are also enabling them, making them to have the ability to assess what go wrong, what go right with their organization. So that we know what to change, we know what to improve, we know what to develop. So we don't impose what we believe to be right, what we believe to be effectiveness. It has to be informed. This is what we say systematic. Okay, healthy organization development must be done with systematic approaches, with objective approaches, with informed approaches. Okay, what is the aim? The aim is to improve the total system. Okay, if we have problem in one unit, maybe we have to also address other unit as well. Human resource unit, finance unit, security unit, production unit. Okay, it involves total system, not only one part that we are asked to change, to improve, and to develop. Okay, that is why, because we want to have healthy organization development. Yeah. Why is it important to have OCD specialists? I think I have deliberated it just now. Okay, I can just proceed in the interest of time. How much time left for me?
Actually,
finish?
Yes, it's
finished. Okay, maybe this is the last slide. Now, okay. What do we want? Like just now I said that what is the objective of organization development, which is healthy? So a healthy organization development will lead to what we call sejahtera organization. I've heard, Bapak Umar, Bapak Bagus, I think also mentioned about sejahtera just now. So we want to have sejahtera organization. What do we mean by sejahtera organization? Maybe a sejahtera organization is an organization which has or which houses harmonious existence of workforce, harmonious job context as well. Right? I'm applying the concept of rahmatan lil alamin here, rahmatan lil alamin at workplace. Right? So what are the main component of sejahtera organization? What are the core values of sejahtera organization? Right? A sejahtera organization is an organization which houses people, workforce, which work in peaceful work relationship. No violence among each other. Physical violence or verbal violence. You know, nowadays, you don't have physical violence, but you have cyberbullying, you have what we call that, non-verbal harassment, okay, cyberbullying, right? We call it now, okay? So we do not want that. So we have to make sure that our workplace is peaceful, okay, when our people are working together. And they work in team. They do not work in silo. They do not work in isolation. They have tolerance. They have high tolerance level among each other. They have this what we call takaful bainahum. You know, the concept of takaful is there, right? It is not only they know each other, but it's not only the ta'aruf that we want to have. We also want them to have tafahum. We want them to also have the takaful among them, right? So this is the teamwork, the tolerance, not rivalry, okay, not what we call that, animosity or enemy that they create, right? Compassionate, sejahtera workplace, okay, houses workforce who are compassionate, who are not violent towards each other, okay? They understand each other. They don't create hatred, but they promote understanding. They know their strength, they know their weaknesses as well, but they compensate among each other. I know that I'm weak in this area, so I mobilize support from others. I know that you are weak in one area, but I don't, blame you, or I don't make you feel shameful in that sense, right? And another important aspect for sejahtera organization is assertiveness. Like you are being assertive. Assertive means here you tell the truth, right? So you do not hide things, or you do not only say yes, although you do not happy. You are not happy with something, right? So you make sure that truth is being made known. Yeah, we call it assertiveness. right? Not acquisition. Acquisition here means you always say yes, although you don't agree with something. You are being fair. You don't discriminate people. Yeah, you don't have in-group only favoritism. Yeah, you also make sure that you treat people in fair manner, and you have positive work behavior, and you avoid counterproductive work behavior. So these are some of the core values for Sejahtera organization. How to develop these values? How to develop these values? So we have here in the second line the enabler. Just now we said that we are to develop the ability for the organization so that they themselves can develop, can change, and can improve, right? So we use interventions. I said the 4 interventions: human process intervention, human resources intervention, techno-structural intervention, strategic intervention. So you may need another talk to talk about these interventions, yeah? Okay, so these interventions can be in the form of spiritual development, cultural awareness, okay, national culture or work culture or organizational culture. Right? You have to develop that culture. Right? You have to identify personality of your workforce as well. You have to make sure that people with certain personality are assigned to do certain job. Right? So another enabler is to provide them with education, send them for training, or sometimes you invite people to train your people in the organization. And this training is not only related to the work-related training, but the value-related training as well, like we talked about just now. Okay? You have to develop their religious understanding as well. Productive communication, make sure that you facilitate knowledge, you facilitate the communication flow, right? So if you have a policy, you make sure that your employees know their policy. If you have any announcement, if you have any new message, make sure that they are being communicated well to your workforce so that you can develop them properly. Good interaction between superior and subordinates, between colleagues and colleagues, between staff and subordinates, something like that. Make sure that rules are being enforced. Make sure that policies are friendly, policies are supportive to them delivering their job. And what are the fundamentals? Now, these are your reference. The reference has to be always the religion. We talk about Islam, Iman, Ihsan just now. Okay, the competencies, the knowledge required, the skills required, the abilities required, and the other characteristics that workforce in your organization require. Make sure that you know what their competency needs are. You cannot ask someone to do something if you do not know whether they have the competencies or not. Just now we talk about the congruence and incongruence, right? And the last one is the organization ethos, the wisdom. So you need to know, you need to also share with your employees, with your workforce, what are your values, what are your mission, what are your mission, what are your work culture, what are your client charter. Okay, so these are all important reference before you can develop any intervention designed for your organization. So in conclusion, the healthy organizational development require effective roles of organizational change and development specialists who have the ability to conduct any professional activity, who have the ability to conduct any professional program or relationship in ways that are scientific, responsible, and appropriate to the current time and to the current space, to your context. Have the ability to check whether certain theories, whether certain practices, whether certain behaviors are suitable for use in our societies. And this requires us to focus on the local context. This requires us to also emphasize the needs to understand the local culture as well. And we need to relevantize, we have to make sure that our psychology knowledge is relevant so that it will be in line with the Islamic teaching. With that, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Shukron, for your interesting and fascinating presentation. And now it's time for the discussion sessions, and I'll read the questions for you. So the question is, how to apply prophetic leadership in an organization which is having non-Muslim leaders?
Okay, all right. Okay, so I think first thing first, we have to know what is prophetic leadership. I have a paper on prophetic leadership. Prophetic leadership doesn't only refer to the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu way of relationship with people. If you go to the Quran, you can see there are many other prophets' way of leading others. First thing first is for you to know what's the meaning of leading. Leading is to what? To inspire people, right? To inspire people. Okay, to share vision with other people, right? And to make people do, to make people see, to make people think the way that they couldn't see, do, or think without your inspiration, right? Now, these are universal values. You don't have to say that I'm using Prophet Muhammad style now, right? But you just use the technique that he was using when he dealt with other people. Just now I was quoting, a line. I said that in organization, okay, when you deal with people, you have to deal with them in the way which are acceptable to them. Right? And Prophet Muhammad SAW has many or various ways of inspiring people, of leading people, of sharing information with people. Right? The Prophet Muhammad SAW has also dealt with or has also led non-Muslims, right? Okay, you know the many incidents when the Prophet Muhammad SAW had to deal with non-Muslims, right? And if you look at the Hudaybiyah treaty, when the Prophet Muhammad SAW had to deal with non-Muslims, and then his relationship was very strategic. His leadership was visible there, and it fit well with the level of thinking of the non-Muslims, right? So the level of thinking of the Prophet Muhammad SAW was so very far-sighted, right? So that far-sightedness is very important in leadership, and that is prophetic leadership, right? So you have to use a number of leadership styles depending on context. So when your audience are all Muslims, for example, okay, you have to leverage the strength that your Muslim audience have. For example, you can talk about Iman, you can talk about Islam, you can talk about Ihsan when you are inspiring them. But can you be saying the same way, using the same terminology, using the same jargon when you are addressing people who know less about Islam in that sense, right? So we have to address people according to the level of thinking, right? Ala hasbi qadri uqulihim, something like that. So here we are talking about assessing the level of thinking or assessing the demographic characteristics of our audience when we are talking or when we are dealing with them, in that sense. So just now you was asking on whether how do we use prophetic leadership when we deal with non-Muslims, right? I think there are many effective leadership ways that we can adopt when we are dealing with non-Muslims, right? And I like this line very much. They say that non-Muslims do not read Quran and Hadith. They read you. They read the Muslims, right? So you don't have to quote verses from the Quran. You don't have to cite hadith of the Prophet Muhammad SAW when you are leading these people, but you just show by your example, right? Okay, I hope I've answered that question.
Thank you, Professor Shukran. So I guess we have to be uswatun hasanah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, not only like by the talking, but by action.
Yeah, this will say the productive behaviors just now, not only the productive thought, but the productive behaviors. So that is a part of Rahmatan lil Alamin, because Rahmatan lil Alamin is not only for Muslims. So for all, right? Rahmah is for all.
Thank you very much, Professor Shukran. And just a short sum up from the Professor Shukran presentation. So well-being in an organization is an important for life satisfactions. We have to make sure that people who are working in our organization function well. And remember, that not only we have to pay attention to our workers, but also to our clients, because the way our clients behave will influence our workers. And Islamic perspective is not about ritual, but it is the way of life based on Quran and Hadith. If we have clear mind and clear heart, the chance of having mental health problem will be decreased. And at last, Professor Shukran described fundamentals to Sejahtera organization, which highlighted the importance of understanding each other and assertiveness, and also cultural awareness, and always refer to Islamic values. I think that's all for the first sessions. Thank you very much again, Professor Shukran, and give him the
pleasure.
close.
My pleasure to you, Nanan, right? You are Nanan?
Yes.
Nanan.
Thank you.
Thank you also to Bu Lily for facilitating my participation in this conference or seminar. Thank you, Dr. Lilim.
Oh, nggak bisa. You are welcome, Prof.
I hope I have done my work.
Oh, very good.
You did a great job.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. So, I will go back to the MC. Please, Mrs. Anissa.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nuraini. And big special thanks to the speaker, Mr. Umar Yusuf and Professor Sukron Abdul Rahmat, for sharing your valuable thoughts and ideas. For that, allow us to present the token of our appreciation in a form of award certificate, which will be shown in a moment. There you are. Okay.
Thank you very much.
One more time. Let's give them a big round of applause. May Allah grant you every goodness in this world and hereafter. Okay. All right. So, honorable guests and participants, now we have come to the end of our first sessions. And after this, we are going to have a break for about 30-40 minutes. And during the break, this virtual room will remain open. So all the participants do not need to leave the room. Moreover, during the break time, we are going to present you the performances from Gema Angklung UNISBA, which is performed by the lecturers of UNISBA. And for your information, this Angklung group has performed in many events and won several competitions, both national and international. Ladies and gentlemen, to remind you that we're going to start the second session at 1 p.m. So please enjoy your break time. I'll see you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the second session of this event. Therefore, we expect all the participants to get prepared and to turn on the camera as well as to mute the microphone. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back to this international webinar on Islamic psychology. Thank you to all the participants who are still joining the sessions. We are now in the second sessions of the webinar, and it has been recorded that in the session we have about 125 participants coming from many different countries. I saw some participants from Brunei Darussalam, Malaysia, Jordan, and of course, Indonesia. In these sessions, we have two distinguished speakers from two different countries. The first one is Miss Yeti Dalimi, MA Psychology from Japan, and Dr. Hannah Dover from Australia. And I can see that Miss Dalimi is already here with us. Welcome, and thank you for participating in this webinar, Miss Dalimi. So, honorable guests and participants, we are going to start the second session of this webinar. This session will be guided by a moderator, Mr. Vici Sofiana Putra. Allow me to read a brief introduction to Mr. Vici Sofiana Putra. Okay. Mr. Vici Sofiana Putra is Psychology, Psychology, Master of Psychology, is currently a lecturer at Bandung Islamic University. And he is also an analyst researcher at Division for Applied Social Psychology Research. He took his master degrees, He took his master degrees on psychology, social interventions in University of Indonesia, and he also took his bachelor degree in psychology in University of Islamic State, Sunan Gunung Jati. And his research focuses on the topic around intergroup relations, social conflicts, terrorism and radicalism, community psychology, social identity, extreme group behavior, psychology, social intervention. His specializations is lecturing in social psychology major, and also he is analyzing qualitative data using, how do I read this? And Vivo and Max QDA, if I'm not mistaken. Please correct me, Mr. Viti, if I'm wrong. He is also writing some publication paper. He has several publications about topic related to his majors, of course. Okay, that's all about our moderator this afternoon. So without further ado, let's welcome Mr. Viti.
Okay, thank you, Miss Anissa, for introducing me to a lot of people. My sound sounds clearly. Okay.
You are clearly audible, Mr. Viti.
Yes, it's clearly. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajmain. Amma ba'du. Praise be to the Lord of the universe. For that blessing we can continue our activities even though we are limited due to COVID-19 pandemic. Thanks to the host for this introduction. Entering this second session, let's read Bismillah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yeah. In this second session, we will listen to the presentation of two awesome people. Miss Yeti Dalimi. How are you, Miss Yeti?
Alhamdulillah, thank you very much.
Hey, it's our honor to have you here. And the second one is Dr. Hanan Dowell. They are expert in their respective field. Yeah. First speaker is Miss Yeti Dalimai. I call you Miss Yeti.
Yes, Kak Yeti.
Sorry? Kak Yeti. Okay, Kak Yeti. In Indonesia, ya Kak Yeti. Sis Yeti. Okay, thank you, Kak Yeti. We'll explain about opportunity and challenge in building Islamic character in a Muslim minority country, especially case in Japan. Yeah. Then continue by Dr. Hanan Dover, who will discuss Islamic religiosity as a coping strategy toward psychological distress in 5.0 era. Okay, to start this second session, let me read the CV from Ms. Kak Yeti Dalim. Share screen. Okay. Yeti Dalimi, date of birth 17 March 1966, place of birth Jakarta, Indonesia. Nationality Indonesian, marital status, she has married. How many kids you have, Miss Yeti?
4 kids.
4 kids, okay.
And 2 grandchildren.
2 grandchildren. But you still look young.
No.
Okay, now she lives in Tokyo, Japan.
Yes.
For educational background, he obtained bachelor degree in human science with specialization in psychology as major field and Islamic study as minor field from International Islamic University of Malaysia. Joined master program in psychology at National University of Malaysia. Obtained master degree also of art in counseling psychology, so double master degree from National University of, is that correct?
No, only one.
Only
Join
one.
master and obtain master.
Oh.
Join PhD, but do not obtain the PhD.
This joint PhD program at Department of Psychology, Faculty of Human Science, International Islamic, specialized in clinical and counseling psychology. But okay, obtain the degree. Skill, she has several skills: motivation training, child education, and psychology. For working experience, she has family counseling at State Department of Religious Affairs in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Teacher and owner private after school program in State of Selangor, Malaysia. Owner of self-business work agency. As counselor for child education, etc. She has many work experience and achievements in academic. As a speaker at international seminar on Islamic psychotherapists, International Islamic University of Malaysia. Maybe you can add one from UNISBA. Then as a keynote speaker at seminar on Islam and the Right of Women, Tokushoku University, Tokyo, Japan. As a speaker at various seminar and public speech on Islamic education and psychology in Malaysia, Indonesia, and Japan, etc. She social activity. Besides the academic activity, she had social activity involved in various university student activities. Now member of Japan Muslim Association. Now PKI, Perkumpulan Istri Jepang Yokohama. Member of Indonesian Muslim Association, and now chairwoman of Fatah Generation Alliance of Tokyo. Maybe that's enough our incredible resume for Miss Yati Dalimi. Without any further ado, please, Miss Yati, to present your material right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. 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 Thank you to the member of committee for inviting me to this wonderful event today. Today, I would like to have some sharing of my experience of living and involving in Muslim in Japan. Shortly before I go to the presentation, I would like to share the reason why I established UI International Islamic School was because my engagement with a Muslim mixed marriage family in Japan. When I came to Japan in 2004, I met small number group of cycle with some mother where we share about the difficulties and problem of raising our children in Japan. So at that time, when we met together and eventually the number of our cycle group get bigger and ups by us creating one organization that we call it as FGA. Today, the number of this group, mixed marriage family, has grown over 200 member family. So I would like to move forward to the slide to share a little bit about, wait, sorry, there is a big problem here. What happened?
Would you mean to share your PPT or?
Yeah. It's okay.
Do you need help? Something?
Yeah. Okay. Now okay. Okay. Before we discuss about the opportunities and challenges in building Islamic character in Muslim minority in Japan, it's very important for us to highlight the history of moral development in Japan, where the foundation moral character built in that area. So here we share to you the slide. Is it okay?
Not published yet.
Here mentioned that the slide cannot be shared. I don't know why, what happened.
Wait a minute.
Yeah. It mentioned cannot be shared. Okay, Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay. Yeah. Here, before we move forward to the understanding about the opportunity and the challenges in developing the character in Japan, so I would like to highlight the Japanese moral development. Here, mention the. Wait, what? This is coming here a bit. Okay. The concept of Japanese character in general. So the development of character in Japan actually has been developed since long time ago. So understand the Japanese history in moral development. This start from the Edo Meiji era. Modern education and belief. This is the history of moral education in Japan. This is very important to highlight because from this moral development, we can understand why the character building in Japan well developed. After that, what happened, why how we as a Muslim have the opportunity and challenges to establish, to develop the Islamic character toward our Muslim children. The history of moral education in Japan started from Edo period. In this period, the era feudal system reached the highest point that the idea, we call it as Bushido code, the code of the samurai. The concept of Bushido or the code of samurai is the moral of education mainly focus on the loyalty, self-sacrifice, justice, sense of shame, refined manners, purity, modesty, honor. This is actually, this moral character are built is based on the Confucianism and Buddhist religion. This is during the Edo period. And then during the Meiji period, history of moral education in Japan reached to the highest level where the government of Japan ordered the people, the common people, need to get the education. So every house in Japan, they need to understand the importance of education, the importance of moral education especially. This is during the Meiji history. Yeah? So if we see the history of moral education in Japan, it started since long time ago. And during this Meiji era, the common people, during the Edo era, only samurai people that can get the education. But during this during the Meiji era, all people, they can get the education. And the education actually based on the three religions, Shinto, Buddhist, and Confucianism. Okay. Now come to the Japan modern moral education. The effect of Edo and Meiji period in building morality is still there, even though already long time, yeah, the distance is quite far away, but still the morality from this history still here in Japanese character. The current foundation of basic morality in Japan can be categorized into three Japanese moral education. The first is teaching respect for life. So this is very basic common sense for the Japanese people, how they respect for life. Respectful attitude to life has been cultivated by the Shinto. So the teaching of Shinto actually, they love the nature. They love the nature, which has enabled people to coexist with the nature in spite of many natural disasters. So how they coexist with the nature, how they co-op with the nature, how they love the nature, this is actually the teaching of the moral education in Japan. If we see right now, why if there is a school in Japan and within 2 kilometers, the student cannot go to the school by car or by bicycle. They need to go to the school by walk. And also the school curriculum teaching, they teach the student living skill. Living skill is related to the nature. So this the history of moral education since long time ago still exists until now. And the second teaching is teaching the relationship between an individual and a group. This is also very important moral education teaching to the Japanese people. So how they put the group or they put the public more important than themselves. They put the public things, public, how to say, anything related to the public manner is more than self. Kalau enggak gini, tolong ditambahin. This is already okay. Okay, and then the third teaching is teaching sense of vertical order. This is also still exists, yeah, the moral education of Japanese history. Can you move this to this? Hi. Okay. Japan religious. In the past decades, the main religion in Japan has shifted to atheism. So now, before they still believe in religion, but nowadays, religion is something outside of their personality. So the effect of religion impact to the foundation of their character, but not to the mind on the spiritual aspect. So the impact of the history of religions impact to their character, but not to their mind or not to their spiritual aspect. The previous religion has become the cultures of Japan rather than belief. So it becomes the cultures, the character, but not the belief. Maintaining the basic character of respecting nature, group, public, loyalty, martial, it is part of the character building for the Japanese people. Religion has become a personal matter and should not be brought to the public. And this is also their foundation. We cannot bring any religious matter to the public because it is shameful for them. the religious matter, it is something that personal, that should not bring to the public. Okay, I cannot. And contemporary Japanese family. From that history, we come to the contemporary Japanese family. That Japanese father still there, the father in Japan, they spend so much time at work. So the focuses of the household work is under the mother. It is common for the mother to bear for the full responsibility for raising children. So the responsibility for the household come to the mother completely. So the mother who prepare their food, who bring them to the school, who prepare for their education, the duty of the father outside of the house. And even though the last 5 years a bit changed, but still this moral still maintained, where the father duty is outside of the house, and the responsibility of the household is under the mother. And many cases where the mother couldn't bear with this responsibility, because here also it's quite difficult to find the house assistant, yeah, compared to others country. Here everything must be done by the mother alone. And this puts a heavy strain on Japanese women, and also a strain on the relation between the mother and the child, because there are two stress with this responsibility. Sometimes the relationship between the mother and the child also not that good. The emotional burden of the mother affect also to the emotional to the child. Then after 20 years, usually in Japan, every kid or every children, they are considered matured and they are independent. So after this age, usually the mother do not have any responsibility toward them. They are not bounded, they are not binded to the parents' concern anymore. They are free to enjoy their life, and they will experience once only. It means that before 20 years, they are under responsibility of the parents. So that's why in Japan, it is common after 20 years, they are separated from the parents, and the parents cannot interfere their life. It's different with our culture. Here in Japan, parents also cannot interfere their life, even can do whatever they want to do. And in the law, the parents also not binded to whatever the children's doing after 20 years old. People are binded to the restriction of law or related to the public matter, and lack of family relation attachment. Even though in Japan, the condition of the house, they try to make it is small, yeah, in Japan house condition, because they try to build the attachment between a family. However, because the burden of the father and the burden of the mother, and also the culture itself, it makes the relationship between a family just apparently good, but inside the heart, sometimes they face different things from the reality. Okay. Here, Islam and Japan. Then we come to the opportunity how to develop the Muslim character in Japan. But before that, I would like to share about the Muslim condition in Japan. Japan, which is also Muslim minority country, experienced a growth in Muslim population. Only 1%, yeah, Muslim population in Japan, 1% compared to all population in Japan. And the data from ICJ, it mentioned 120,000 overseas Muslim and 10,000 Japanese Muslim living in Japan. Yes, there has been an increasing number of mosques, being built across the Japanese archipelago because the increasing number of movement and initiative to promote understanding of Islam and Muslim in recent years. So in Japan now, before the pandemic, it is well known the Muslim friendly. Because of this Muslim friendly, many mosques were established in many places of Japan. Because this Muslim friendly, we said to invite all Muslim from the Muslim country. This also can give the benefit for the Japanese culture. Islam as religions and value also accepted to exist and growth in Japan. The condition of Muslim in Japan actually not that big compared to maybe Muslim minority in other Muslim minority. The condition of Muslim in Japan, we consider the increasing number of Muslim is stagnant. Not that improve a lot. Foreign values here does not mean they understand other cultures. It doesn't mean that they adopt the foreign culture. So the acculturation process, it is quite hard happen among the Japanese toward other values. One thing that here I also want to share, the Japanese people, they assume the culture as their identity. So they are very loved toward their country. They are very loved toward the culture. So the culture itself for them is more than their religion, because the culture considered as their identity. Okay. I cannot. Okay, now we come to the importance of family role in building Muslim character. For our religions, we understand that the purpose of building family in Islam, what is the purpose? The purpose to build a family in Islam is for the peace and also to build the member of the family to the reach of taqwa. And the family in our religion is considered a small unit of the society. Children is the trust that Allah given to us to protect, and family education is the fundamental moral education, and it is very important for the parents to understand mainly the moral education. It comes from the house. 60% of moral education come from the house. Here in Japan, there are 4 typologies of Muslim in Japan. First, foreign Muslim, those who are coming to Japan for the temporarily, like a student or workers or professional or diplomat, they come to Japan just for the temporary. So we consider them as a foreign Muslim. And foreign Japan-born Muslim, here it means that foreign Muslim who stay in Japan quite long time, and then they have a kid and born in Japan. And these kids grew up in Japan, so foreign Japan-born Muslim. They attend to Japanese school and touched by the Japanese culture. And the third type of Muslim in Japan is citizen-born Muslim. Japanese citizen Muslim means related to second generation, but different generation as the Japanese citizen. Citizen-born Muslim here, it also can be considered when foreign Muslim, they change their citizenship to become Japanese, and the kid become the citizen-born Muslim. And the 4th category is Japanese Muslim. Japanese Muslim, a Japanese who convert to Islam and becomes Muslim. Experience of those group are different. means among these 4 groups, Japanese Muslim, those are really Japanese who convert to Islam. So difference with the other 3 groups, which is that is related to the Islam, but for the Japanese Muslim, merely they convert to Islam. Here, the general challenges in educating Islam character. As we have mentioned before, that the moral education in Japan is quite established, and this moral education has been founded since long time ago, since history of Edo, Meiji, and modern family. And this moral education actually very strong, very strong inculcated in the Japanese people as a culture now, not as the religion. Any religions, but the country is so harmony, the country is so clean, they are very disciplined, they are hardworking and humble, respect the people, respect others. Actually, these are the teaching of the religions that they believed before. However, the teaching of these religions become their culture, and this is bounded. The government really strengthens to the moral education. In Japan, moral education is become one of the subject that very important. So there are four subjects here that consider very important: moral education, and then common conventional subject, and living skill, and sport or skill. These 4 category is we consider the important subjects of Japanese people. So moral education, they taught in Japan, I mean Japanese curriculum, they taught the kids since they were very small until grade 3. Usually they inculcate the moral education based on the Japanese principle. And at present, prediction, okay, the Muslim minority in Japan, the condition of Muslim minority in Japan is divided by national and ethnic origin, language, like Indonesian Muslim, Malaysian Muslim, Arabic because of language, sectarian tendency, socioeconomic background, and location. Although facing shared problem, Muslims are separated both from the larger Japanese society and from other Muslim society. As we mentioned before here, Muslim here still considered by the Japanese Muslim as a foreign religion. It is not part of their culture, but they consider the Muslim population as the foreign religion. At present, it is quite hard to acculturate to Japanese society. I mean, the Islamic teaching, it is quite hard to acculturate to Japanese society. Why? Because the children are ethically and geographically divided. However, this condition also maybe because of the Japanese culture itself that are very strong. Most of the family experience difficulties in educating Islamic character due to inconsistency, lack of understanding of Islamic teaching. This has happened to our group, our friend here in Japan. When they come to the to the moral education, we feel so amazing with the people of Japan. And sometimes because apparently this moral education is very established, we are not that notice that this character can influence actually the belief of our children. Moreover, in Japan, the religion personal. We cannot bring the Islamic or our religion to the public manners. The religion is something personal, and it is very shameful if we bring our religious things to the public manners. So in the school, they don't learn about religion. They just learn about the moral, common sense, and moral. I mean the character of moral education in Japan, but not moral education that based on the Islamic teaching. So if the family, they are not really understand this phenomena, maybe when the children grew up, the children face the dilemma between the Islamic teaching and the moral character that they learn from the Japan. And finally, because in the school, it is more to the liberal atheist, when the children grew up, they think that the moral character developed by the Japanese tradition is better than moral character that based on the Islamic principle. Why? Because they studied since they were kids, and they never have the environment of Muslim environment. And sometimes they can see the Muslim environments maybe how to say less developed in terms of moral conduct compared to the Japanese people. So these problems sometimes happen to our kids. So that's why the Muslim young generation in Japan, some scholars said we lost the Muslim generation about 80 to 90% because of this condition. Difficulties in pulling the children to the Islamic education once they grew up because of the disbelief they have, because they don't study religions, and maybe the inconsistency between the teaching at home and the teaching in the school can face the problem of their mind, and also they face the problem of belief for the kids that grew up in Japan. However, here I would like to discuss also the SWOT analysis. Here the strengths, the strengths condition of Japan. The religion in Japan is related to personal matter. So this condition actually quite conducive for the family to develop the Muslim character at home. So if the family, husband and wife really cooperate each other to build the Muslim character at home, I think it is a good chance. And we believe that house education covers 60% of the educational process. So we believe because of this personal matter, also there is a strength of this personal matter. I mean, the religion as a personal matter, this also have a strength. And the propaganda of Islam can be done through media, animation, comics, pamphlet, brochure, and so on. Because here, Islam as the personal matter or religion as a personal matter, they will not touch. They don't touch about this to the Muslim community. So we can print any media or any animation, any comics that maybe can influence to our children's Islamic moral education. Japanese people are well known by their good moral or Islamic by the nature. So if we as a Muslim, we also can show to them the good akhlak. Maybe this is also the way for us can strengthens the moral education to our kids. So the children, they will not confuse, because the teaching at home and the teaching outside of the home, the akhlak that has been shown by the parents is maybe better compared to the public, because the public is just the moral conduct, common moral conduct, but at home they can see the akhlak that being shown by the father with the love. So there are additional value from the Muslim, from the parents from the parents side. Japan will become the host Olympic, but because of this pandemic, I don't know this year whether it will be done or not. The weaknesses, how difficult to inculcate the Islamic character toward our children. We also face the weaknesses here. Here, Japan as a developed country, superior country, so they need to understand Islamic teaching in professional manner. And we also need to show them the professional strategy and comprehensively from many aspects. We need to show them the teaching, the beauty of Islamic teaching from many aspects, from many methods. So this is the weaknesses, yeah, from developed country. While Muslim country, most of the Muslim in Japan, they are coming from the developing country. They are coming from the inferior country. So Japan also as a monoculture, as we mentioned before, they are very proud of their culture. They assume the culture as their identity, and they put the cultures over their personal matter. Moreover, Japan also monoculture. So this is also, it is quite hard to raise the Muslim children in Japan, because when they mix up with the Japanese people, when they mix up in the school, and they bring the different value from the surrounding, they got the question from the Japanese people. You are coming to Japan. It's supposed you the one that need to adapt and adjust with the Japanese culture. But why you bring something different to Japanese cultures? So this is it's quite hard for the Muslim children who mix up with Japanese people. However, if we can educate the confidence to our children, the resilience intellectual to our children, and support them in any situation and condition, they can face the problems, and eventually they also can have the friends, the Japanese friends also can respect them with their religions and with their culture. However, if they are not that strong, maybe they become the victim, or they feel inferior to mix up with the society. And there are many cases here. The Muslim children who raised in Japan, at the end of the day, they have the emotional problem. Religion is privacy and part of the culture. Religion, in this case Islam, is especially they consider as a foreign religion. Opportunity. The opportunity to build the Islamic character to the Muslim children here, of course, many opportunity. First, Muslim friendly. Japan's open the Muslim friendly and improvement in Islamic tourism. So here there are many tourists come from Muslim country before the pandemic. Yeah, they come and visit many mosques or Islamic center. So yeah, they also, because the Muslim tourists that come to Japan is on that time quite many, and this is also can have the big influence to Japanese people. And culture exchange. one big mosque in Japan belong to Turkey government. This mosque actually just beside our school in the central city of Tokyo. And this mosque is well known, always open for the Japanese people. So the Japanese people, they like about the culture. And this mosque, the Turkey mosque, is very rich with any culture of coming from the Turkey. Establishing a good school, a new school beside Turkey mosque. This is alhamdulillah now established. This is the opportunity, one of the opportunity to build the Muslim character here. What I want to threaten and challenge. The challenge for the Japanese people, why it is very hard for them to come or to nearby to the mosque or any religious activity, because they have the strong value. They have the how to say, if they live their culture, it means that they outbreak the value. Because as we mentioned before, culture is their identity. So this is also the challenge. So that's why if we come to Japan, we see where they still maintain with very traditional culture, with this moral conduct, because the moral conduct part of the culture that already inculcated here, like outsider within and insider without. It means that the identity, the Japanese Muslim, for the Japanese people, they consider Japanese Muslim for the Japanese people, they are insider but without. And Japanese people like it. Anyway, this is not part of their culture, not part of their identity. If Japanese, they convert to Islam, they consider that Japanese Muslim within the culture of Japanese people, but they are not part of their identity, not fully Japanese identity. So this is actually threatened why maybe, wallahu alam, maybe why it's quite hard for Japanese people to believe in religion. In the third or fourth group, it has been pointed out that Japanese Muslim community is like a collection of community rather than one single community. In Japan, because the Japanese Muslim community is a very few, they do not have their own community. If they want to involve with the group, because here in group and out group is a very strong culture. If they want to involve in any group, but it is actually not belong to their own group, culturally different, ethnicity difference, citizenship difference, but they need to involve. So for instance, Muslim convert, Japanese Muslim convert come to Pakistan community, come to a nation community. So they don't have their own home. They feel they are lonely for the Muslim converted. So this is also become the challenge, for us, or for Muslim Japanese who born in Japan, and to build their Muslim character. Rather than a Muslim character, they prefer to choose the Japanese character. When we deal with the Japanese moral in the relation with the human relationship, it is okay. But when it deal with the hablum minallah, while they do not believe with God, with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, so it becomes the problem of our student, of our children, since it is they are very strongly believe that the religions is something that personal matter, even they are more to the atheists. So the Muslim children that grew up or raised in Japan, most of them face in the dilemma. Maybe when they reach to 20, many of them, they prefer to choose the Japanese identity compared to the Muslim identity. I mean, they said that I'm not Muslim anymore, I'm the Japanese. So the parents also cannot interfere, cannot concerns, they have the independence, fully independence. If the parents interfere, the kids, it is binding by the law that is instructed by the government. So it's also a problem for the Muslim children in Japan. However, as the conclusion, I want to say it is still possible to develop the Muslim character in Japan. Basically, the Japanese people, they are Islamic by the nature. Our homework actually just to install, to inculcate the foundation belief of God, the religion, and how to educate them that Islam is the comprehensive religions. If they understand the meaning, the teaching of Islam, actually it not just cover the ibadah only, but it's cover the manner toward the human, the manner toward the God, the manner toward the neighbors, the manner toward the family, toward the self. Here in Japan, maybe they are developed countries, they are very good in character building. But when the parents, many of parents grew up being old, they don't really care of the parents. They put the parents in the welfare because they believe when they put the parents in the welfare, specialists can take care of the parents. However, we as a Muslim, we don't feel comfortable to send our parents to the welfare, right? Because during this age, this is the responsibility as a Muslim to take care of them, as they have been difficulties to raise up when we were kids. So this is the issue, and we as the Muslim and as the educator need to understand and to how to say, need to understand the real matter, because sometimes as a Muslim we are being comfort living in Japan with the moral conduct, but we forgot later on the foundation things that were gone from our children. Allahu Alam. That's all the sharing that I can give to the audience, to the participant, inshallah. Hi.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Yati, for your presentation. There are several questions here. We got several questions. The first question is from Zia, Pakistan.
Okay.
Yeah, Pakistan. What lesson can we learn from an Islamic perspective in terms of making a mass change in attitude of people from the huge and drastic change the Japanese went through from being highly aggressive to being highly passive?
The Japanese people for being highly aggressive to being highly passive. You mean that before the World War II, that the Japanese people invade many countries?
After Edo samurai age, maybe.
Yeah, because in the Edo era, it is the teaching of Shinto, what we call it as the Bushido. The teaching of Bushido, there is one principle, what we call it as the martyr. It means that there are a struggle for the country, there are struggle for the king. they are very loyal to the kings. So the concept of the conquer outside of their life, conquer outside of their Japans, it became the goal of the people on that time. However, gradually, these principles also being mixed up with other teaching like Confucianism and also maybe Buddhism, yeah, yang more, means more to the mind peace. So they mix up all of this, and moreover during the defeated during the World War II, it changed all the perception of Japanese people toward the outsider. Before they are being aggressive because of the teaching of we call it as the Bushido. This is more to the samurai teaching, yeah, samurai teaching, how they conquer others with this concept, because they are very struggle. They are loyal to the country, loyal to the king, and they have to sacrifice themselves to the king, and this also happened until now. So if you see, we call it one technical term, what we call it as how to say, they suicide for themselves. Harakiri, they suicide for themselves. This is also the teaching of ancient moral education. But nowadays, this moral perception has changed totally. So they are more to the humble and passive, and the sacrifice changed to how sacrifice to the country, but not by the aggressive way, but by the peace way. I think maybe that's I'm not that talent in terms of the history. However, I learned from the history related to the moral building.
Yeah, because it becomes interesting when they are shifting from the samurai age to the peaceful way.
Yeah, especially during the Meiji era, yeah, the Meiji era. Where the education is, they stress more to the education. During this era, none of the house, it is compulsory for all house in Japan, they need to go to the school. So the order of the school bind on that era. So means already long time ago. During the samurai time, only the samurai people, not to the common people.
When you told us about this, I just remember the last samurai movie.
The last samurai movie.
They are strong bond of culture from samurai. Okay, second question for Miss Yeti is from Naya, Indonesia. Regarding your experience in family counseling, I wonder to know your opinion about psychological well-being of mothers in Japan, especially in dealing with parenting stress.
One of Wallahu alam bisawab, because I'm not that understand. However, when I discuss my husband, I also discuss with the Japanese people. They are the Japanese mother. They are very professional in dealing with their children, because for them it is already divided job. The job of the husband is outside of the house, while the job of the mother is inside the house. So they are very professional. They are very, how to say, they do all this job professionally, dealing with the household, and then educate the children, send the kids, prepare the food, go to the market, shopping, and so on, and then handle or managing all the admin matters related to the house, because in Japan everything is quite detailed, yeah. And sometimes because of this burden job, many parents, they face emotional problem. Moreover, when the religions is not part of their life, so they do not know how to handle the problem. And in Japan, it is the culture, they will not express the matter, they will not express the problem. So they better to keep inside their heart. And how they manage the stress is by active in any, I think any club or group, Japanese women group. However, it can be overcome, maybe overcome the matter. However, many of Japanese lady, they are faced in the difficulties. And because of that, many parents in Japan, they do not want to deliver baby nowadays. If they want to have the baby, only one. And the Japanese government, they are very actually support the family who want to deliver baby. Even they can get the support, the allowance from the government if they deliver baby. And the allowance to have the baby and deliver baby is quite big. But still, for the Japanese parents, they do not to bear with this responsibility. If they want to have the kids, only one. Many of them nowadays, they do not want to have a kid. They prefer to have the cat, they prefer to have the, how to say, a cat or inu, dogs, rather than the kids. So this is actually the problems with the family in Japan. And the aging people, the gap between aging people and the young people is quite big.
Miss Yati, this is the last question, maybe related with the second question. Does the high suicide rate in Japan, especially among young people, have anything to do with moral education? Does maybe this is include of lack of moral education, or I don't know.
Basically, the moral, I mean, if we just consider moral education part of the culture, the moral education in Japan is quite developed. But however, because I always believe in the foundation, maybe the house problem and also in the school. Many cases in the school, bully cases, but the bully cases usually they hide this case. And the one that being bullied in Japan, if they inform the mother, the friend will bully these kids more and more. So usually they're afraid to express the problem, and their nature is how to say, not expressive but impressive. They keep all the matter in their own heart. So this is sometimes happen to young generation, where they cannot deal with the society, where they cannot deal with the friend, with the school, and sometimes also where they cannot deal with the family. And they think that suicide is the passion for them. And this is many happens in Japan, not only the young generation, I mean, not only the adult, but also young generation, and sometimes a primary school, grade 5, grade 6, they suicide because being bullied with the friends, and they do not know how to share the matter. They're afraid to share to the parents. They're afraid to share to the school, because maybe the impressive. Most of Japanese people, they are impressive. They are not expressive. They are very humble in the manner, but they are very impressive. This actually happen many cases. And for me, I believe that the main causes of this problem is because lacking of Islamic teaching. We cannot separate the Islamic teaching toward our children, toward ourselves. Even though they are developed, even though apparently they are very good in moral conduct and very high level of moral development, but far away from their religions, I think they do not have a place to solve their own matters.
Okay, thank you, Miss Yeti. I will, because our time is up.
Thank you very much.
I will conclude the discussion. Our discussion. First is start from moral development in Japan. It start from Edo, or it's interesting for me because it's full of samurai code, and continue to Meiji and modern. Now, religion has become a personal matter and should not be brought to the public in Japan. Roles in the family, like in family relation attachment, cutting relation is not a foreign thing. That is a usual thing in Japan. So no contacting family for decades to the death, it's a usual things in Japan. Japan and Islam, there has been an increasing number of mosques being built across the Japanese archipelago. And there is an increasing number of movement and initiatives that aim to promote understanding of Islam and Muslim in recent years. And then Ms. Yati has told us about the strength, weakness, and opportunity. In the strength, the religion in Japan is related to personal matter. This condition is quite conducive for the Islamic development in developed and in Muslim minority country. Usually, they will not interfere Muslim to practice Islam, etc. So maybe that is we have discussed about around 1 hour. Thank you for your time, Ms. Yati.
Thank you so much.
Furthermore, we have award for Ms. Yati. Award certificate is gratitude for you because you are providing us valuable knowledge. Just wait. Okay, this is award certificate.
Thank you very much, MashaAllah. Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay. Mrs. Yati, once again, thank you very much. Now we have Hanan Duver with us now.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Miss Hana Duver, are you around?
Yeah, Assalamualaikum, I'm here.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello, Hana Duver.
Assalamualaikum, how are you all?
Yeah, waalaikumsalam. My name is Vici. Vici, I will facilitate you in this presentation. Yeah, for the first time, our honor have you here because we ask you your valuable time and your base expertise in this material. Okay.
Jazakallah khairan.
First, I will read your CV. Okay. Dr. Hanan Dover. Am I spelling correctly?
Yes.
Dover. Okay, Dover. Hanan, I call you Hanan or Dover?
Hanan is my first name.
Okay, your first name, Hanan. Hanan is an accomplished clinical and forensic psychologist who had established one of the most successful psychology clinic that serve culturally and linguistic community of Western Sydney, Psychological Central. Hanan is the Vice President of International Association of Muslim Psychologists, full member of the Australian Psychological Society, APS, and the College of Clinical and Forensic Psychology within the APS. Hanan has served as an active Muslim community representative for over 20 years. She had founded Mission of Hope, which is Australia's very first culturally and religiously appropriate health and community development not-for-profit or charity organization. Hanan has also completed 4 degrees in the area of psychology while taking her 5th university degree as a PhD candidate at the Western Sydney University School of Medicine. Her current PhD research is on of refugee mental health, resilience, and religious coping. Okay, Hanan has been sought out international keynote speaker, invited to present in Europe, UK, Africa, Middle East, and Indonesia, Turkey on matters related to Muslim mental health and psychological well-being, and presented at the Australian Psychological Society annual conference. She is also the recipient of the Woman of the West, highly commended award, and Queen Trust of Young Australian Awards. Oh, that's cool. Hanan was also selected to participate in the health stream of the Australian PM 2020 Summit. Okay, because time is running out. With any further ado, please, Ms. Hanan, to present your material.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Just to ask, brother, do I share my screen or is my presentation already embedded?
We're not, you can.
Can you see my presentation?
You can.
Okay, so assalamu alaikum, everyone. Firstly, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me. There was of Muslim psychology. It's actually endearing and rewarding and very hopeful and optimistic that there's a growing acceptance and even a desire that we can actually further the study, the research, and also adoption of in our discipline, in our profession, and in our clinical roles as well. So it's actually quite heartwarming. And inshallah, we can actually pursue this with great rigor. I always say to Professor Bagas, who's the president of the International Association of Muslim Psychologists, that, you know, the home of Islamic psychology really should reside in a Muslim majority country. And that's me coming from a Western nation, because being of Palestinian background, I don't agree with the idea of colonization. So, you know, the area of Islamic psychology should be adopted, furthered, and pioneered and pushed forward in countries who have many Muslims in their population. So I look forward to Indonesia being our neighbors, you know, moving strategically forward with this, and us Muslim psychologists in Australia will inshallah follow your lead. That's probably a controversial comment to make, but I after a lot of contemplation about this particular issue of Islamic psychology, I truly do believe that it's Muslim majority nations who should pursue this, be pioneers, lead this, and inshallah we are just like your companions in this journey, inshallah.
Thank you.
No worries, inshallah. So I am the Vice President of the International Association of Muslim Psychologists, and also the first female to occupy that role. And I think that we are really moving forward as an organization to make sure that there's equal representation between the brothers and sisters who engage in this very important field. So the topic of today that I'm presenting on is looking at Islamic religiosity as a coping strategy with psychological distress. And this is a very important topic, especially given that we've had, you know, COVID in 2020, which caught everyone by surprise. And given the state of the pandemic and caught everyone off guard, you know, there was heightened levels of anxiety, distress, you know, depression, certainly a lot of uncertainty that persisted even till today. So looking at psychological distress in this era is actually very important, because even if you thought that you had a lot of resilience, you know, being caught out on uncertain circumstances requires us to mobilize our psychology to be able to bounce back from daily stresses, societal stresses, national stresses, you know, international stresses that affect us in our nations. Okay, so Okay, so there is the religious coping theory, and that started to take a lot of prominence in the early 2000s. And the pioneer really in modern day religious coping theory is Pargament. And his theory postulated that religious coping serves as a variety of functions, including a search for meaning, receiving support, emotional regulation, or feeling a sense of control. And we obviously don't see this as very unusual, coming from a very religious background and adoption of the faith. It's interesting because a lot of the practices we've been practicing for centuries, only in religion, where religion is concerned, started to gain ground in the late 90s and early 2000s. So a lot of things that we took for granted as common sense started to take effect in terms of research and taking religion more seriously in the discipline of psychology. So in terms of religious coping, these functions are relevant following also experiences of trauma. We've seen more wars, we've seen refugees, come about, and a lot of the research that's come out on religious coping has been looking at the population group of refugees who have resettled in Western nations, because a lot of the Western nations where psychology is concerned, I do a lot of research, a lot of experiential research. So when there's a situation that happens in their particular country, in this case, the influx of refugees, you had a lot of mental health service providers trying to understand that population group of refugees and how to best serve them when there were multi-dimensional factors that came about where it came to their mental health. The empirical research on religious coping's primary research was not whether religious people use religion, but how they make use of their religious resources to facilitate problem solving, to prevent or alleviate the negative emotional consequences of stressful life events. So it's not about whether you identify with a particular faith, it's how you used your faith, how you held your faith that made all the difference in what researchers were actually interested in. What problem-solving resources were you using? What were you using to protect yourself from the emotional consequences of daily life stresses? And there were theoretical frameworks that have been posited relating to religious and coping. Pargament in 1990, he named 3 ways that religion and coping both interact. So the first one is religion influencing coping resources, such as appraisals, the way you interpret a stressful event or your daily life, coping activities, and resulting motivation. Number 2, religion's contribution to coping in the prevention of harm in adopting a healthy lifestyle. And also thirdly, religion being a result of coping process via religious attributions. Thus, religious coping specifically looking at how people actually use religion in times of crisis. We've seen a lot of times in popular media, how if you're at your last breath or you're in a dire circumstance, when you watch these movies or television shows, that people will seek God, in times of need. So this we've seen in popular culture, and this we know we've practiced day to day, but Pargament was pioneering how do we research this? Because as you you can't really measure iman or how much faith you have, because that's something that is metaphysical, and you can't really intrinsically measure how much iman you have. No matter how hard you try, because, we have physical bodies, there are certain things that we can observe, there's certain behaviors we can report, but actually being able to measure someone's religiosity is, as we know, very difficult, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is all seer, all knowing, and all hearing, and he knows what's in our hearts. So when I do see a lot of the research that's trying to measure religiosity, it's just that they have to be very careful not to postulate too much, because we don't know people's motivations. And we know in our deen, for example, that on the day of judgment, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will know people's hearts, and whilst they were in the dunya showing people that they contributed a lot to charity, they were helping people, or they were very religious, or they were, very knowledgeable in the deen, because their motivations were not in the right place and their intrinsic nature was not in the right place, they were led to their demise in the afterlife. So it's really important in the dunya that we understand that it's something you cannot measure in any sort of experiential place. We can, and even a lot of the measurements when it comes to how religious you are can be also met by social desirability. So even though you're answering it on your own, like whether it's a questionnaire or a survey, and nobody is watching, or knowing that you've answered this way, you yourself might have where you don't want to present yourself in a negative light, so you will rate yourself higher in religiosity. So we've got to be careful when we religiosity. So in terms of the discipline of the psychology of religion, from its outset, it's strongly focused on the research investigating the functions of religious beliefs as they relate to cognitions, emotions, and behaviors such as mental health, physical health, and coping with life stresses. When conventional types of coping is not sufficient to be solved, individuals have to adopt and find ways to maintain physical, emotional, and spiritual health, and despite their symptoms. So although we're given different mainstream strategies in order to cope, we're told, there's CBT, narrative therapy, and there are particular attachment theories, there's so many strategies, but the discipline of psychology realized that they had to start looking at researching ways that, alternative methods that people used to cope to life distresses. And it's a no-brainer. I don't know if you understand no-brainer. It's a Western saying, that it's a given that religion would be one of the areas that they would actually look into to see how people adopt their faith in coping with day-to-day stress. They started to understand that many will seek more powerful external sources and look to transcendent sources of help, for example, God. Some people also looked at nature, as they call Mother Nature, as well, to look for higher powers. So one of the most successful programs in addictions is the 12-step groups, and the 12-step groups that runs internationally, whether you've got a alcohol addiction, a pornography addiction, or a sex addiction. All these addictions, when they're using the 12-step groups, use the emphasis of the higher power, and you can, you can yourself insert what that higher power and what that means to you, because that's a force greater than yourself. And us as Muslims, we know that it's God, it's Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So the seeking of God to ease distress and hardship is not passive. Okay, so we're individuals, we do not wait for God to fix everything and do the job. On the contrary, they will try to use the internal resources while seeking out medical advice as well. So the adoption of looking to God for to help you in terms of distress and psychological distress, it's not where you are just hoping and you're putting your iman and that's it. It's making also extra effort to seek ways to also help yourself, because we know from an Islamic perspective, the tire camel, so we need to be able to, whilst we have reliance on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we also have to actively safeguard ourselves or seek out complementary ways to better ourselves in times of need. In the last few decades, we have seen more directly preventive roles that religion can serve in the context of depression, for example. So, and there's been a lot of research where it comes to depression and anxiety. There's a strong movement towards looking at post-traumatic stress disorder and traumas because of the influx of refugees entering Europe, entering Western nations, and they're looking at the role of religion in their coping. Thus, it's upheld given that it has been observed that when individuals are faced with stressful life events, they often interpret their distress and adopt coping methods that are influenced by and actively involve religion. So some examples of religious coping Muslims might include making salah or prayers, making dua, adopting spiritual guidance, seeking nasiha from a religious leader like an imam or a sheikh or a sheikha, and even rida, like, be accepting of your position with this adversity, this is part of the will of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Parliament in 2000 suggests that religious coping can be helpful, can be very positive, or it can be very harmful or neutral depending on the specific circumstance. So I think we would all know what religious coping in terms of positive, having that reliance, doing your ibadah, and seeking out assistance, spiritually through reading religious texts like the Quran and Sunnah, keeping yourself in good spaces, whether it's the masjid or in community groups, or even friends and family who also adhere to the deen and are very positive influences in your life. The harmful ones is where, where you can become, develop an attitude where you are angry with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, for the circumstances that you're in, or you're using religious coping by going to the mosque, or, seeking out measures in order to further yourself negatively, using extrinsic motivation rather than having an internalized adoption of Islam in its fullest spiritually. So this is also important. So it's not all rosy where it's all positive. There are people who also have harmful ways in order to cope using religion. Positive religious coping is generally viewed as being adaptive, and it reflects beliefs about the meaningfulness of life and reliance on a secure relationship with a merciful God. And obviously that is consistent with how we view positive religious coping in Islam as well. There are general similarities when it comes to religious coping in terms of, how we use religious coping for Christians, Muslims, and Jews, but research has shown differences as well in between Muslim and, for example, Christian groups. Positive religious coping has frequently been associated with better mental health outcomes when dealing with stressful life events, for example, natural disasters, whether it's a tsunami, whether it's a flood or fires, or earthquake, domestic abuse, trauma, depression, anxiety, or even personal issues such as divorce as well. A large body of the cross-sectional research generally suggests that in adults, religiosity is inversely related to depression. Okay, so the more religious you are, the more it prevents depressive symptoms. A meta-analytic review of 147 studies that was conducted in 2003 found that after looking at 98,975 participants, it confirms this negative correlation. And, that's a large number of studies. Even though it's an early meta-analytic review, it's still very telling. And it's often reflected in also later studies. A meta-analytic review of 10 studies that focused on Muslims residing in the Arab nations reported that 9 of the 10 studies found a significant inverse relationship between anxiety and religiosity. And this meta-analytic report in 2019, so it's the most recent. So it's telling us that, the more religious that you are, it can prevent anxiety-related symptoms or conditions. So it acts as a buffer, a preventative system that Muslims use, which actually helps the overall mental health and well-being. In terms of comparison groups, there was the study in 2020 that showed the two groups, Muslims, there were 339 participants, and Christians, there were 204. But their study showed that, there were significantly higher levels of religious coping compared to their religious counterparts. I can't remember the authors and the year. I remember many years ago when I was doing research in the psychology of religion when it comes to clinical issues, I remember reading a study, so forgive me for not having the reference, where they assessed different religious groups in palliative care in a hospital in the United Kingdom. And they found that out of all the religious groups that they assessed in this study, Muslims coped the best, and what the researchers postulated the reason for that was that whilst they were in palliative care, the Muslims believed that this was a cleansing opportunity for them, because we understand in our deen that once you experience pain, be it physical or psychological or spiritual, it's a cleansing of sins. So they were obviously, well, most probably adopting that, as the researchers had said, and that's why they coped well. They knew that whilst they were in that state of being physically unwell, and also psychologically, because physical and psychological health go hand in hand as well when you're trying to cope, especially in palliative care, that, you know, they trusted that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you know, whilst they're in so much pain, you know, and distress, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala would wipe away their sins. So they coped better, okay? So in this particular research, amongst the Muslim cohort, positive religious coping was inversely related to depressive symptoms and having a history of psychological disorders. So positive religious coping during infectious disease outbreaks may help some individuals reduce their risk of depressive illness. National pandemic preparedness plans may benefit from including a focus on religion and religious coping. I don't know, this study was done in, published in 2000, obviously before COVID. So it'll be interesting to see up-to-date research on how the nation's preparedness for containing the outbreak of COVID, how people used religion and coping to deal with this particular pandemic. So that would be interesting to see upcoming research in this particular area. Okay, so in Islam we have a particular life balance. You know, and we're supposed to always look for this equilibrium between our mind, body, and soul, and our nafs. This is actually very important in our daily life as a Muslim, and also extending into society, because if you've got a healthy individual, you know, that could lead to a healthy family, and then obviously a healthy society as well. But what we're asked to do is put life matters into perspective. You know, we're supposed to contemplate and reflect and use our cognitions to be able to process what is happening in our lives and the world today, and rearrange priorities accordingly. You know, so we have the pandemic recently with COVID. So obviously everyone around the world had to prioritize addressing COVID. And it was interesting because it's probably the first time that the whole world was affected and had to readjust and with uncertainty, but then take on measures as well, you know, to contain the virus, and also then harmonizing all the circles of relationships between the individual and his or her, apologize about that, made it gender neutral, outer environments as. So we need to be able to harmonize our mind, body, and soul collectively, and obviously extend that into society. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, seek the life to come by means of what God granted you, but do not neglect your rightful share in this world. Do good to others as God has done good to you. Do not seek to spread corruption in the land, for God does not love those who do this. Okay, so we know from the Quran that this is what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala expects from us. So, you know, not to neglect your rightful share, enjoin in good and also forbid evil, and appreciate and acknowledge, you know, and show shukr as well. And also don't harm other people, you know, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you know, does not like those who harm others. And that includes also internally harming yourself too. Okay, Islam teaches us how to live peacefully with others in communities and societies. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, seek the life to come by means, oh, that's the same verse. Yeah, okay, so similar verse. Okay, so we have also Islamic framing of mental illness. Often in our clinic, we get many people who are Muslim who will ask, you know, why does Allah give me this illness? You know, why am I in a state of distress? You know, this is actually very difficult. You know, what am I supposed to do? You know, I can't see the triggers of my mental illness. How do I get through this? You know, so we do have an Islamic framing of how we view Islamic illness as we're taught in the Quran and the Sunnah, the Hadith of the Prophet we do know that hardships in general, they're tests and trial from Allah. Allah mentions many times in verses of the Quran, you know, how he trials his ummah in times of goodness, and, you know, where everything is really going well for you. And even when things are already not going so well, you know, you might have added adversity. But we know Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said that he would not give us a burden more than we can actually bear. We also know that, you know, when we're in a lot of pain, you know, not just medical, when you've got physical ailments or illnesses, but spiritual as well, it's a cleansing of sins, and that also extends into psychological ailments as well. We know that this is a reminder from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. There was a hadith where one of the companions had, you know, consulted with Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam and said that he's been in, you know, so much pain, and he's been praying for long hours, making dua, and his pain has not been alleviated at all. You know, and Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam responded that, you know, if he was cured from his illness, then he will no longer seek Allah, you know, seek Allah's close proximity, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants him to be close to him. So, you know, having illnesses can also be a reminder, you know, from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but also have us be in close proximity and having tawakkul and reliance, which I'll talk about later in my presentation as well. It's also a form of spiritual growth and cleansing. So there's a hadith, the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, when a person does not have good enough deeds to reach a certain level in Jannah, but Allah wants him to attain that level, then Allah tests him and puts him through difficult trials so that Allah may make him reach that level. Okay, so this is a spiritual explanation that we can often give to clients, and it's actually a positive way of framing it as well. You know, I tend to deliberately never say that, you know, difficulties such as mental illness is a punishment from Allah, because it's not clinically helpful, and we don't know. You know, the truth is Allah knows best, you know. So to use a negative when the person is already coming really distressed, you know, depressed or anxious or traumatized, or, you know, experiencing periods of significant uncertainty, you're going, as a therapist or a psychologist, you're going to add more trauma, more confusion by misrepresenting Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and saying that it could be a punishment from Allah. So we have to be very careful as clinicians not to bring in negative, even though it's true, we know Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says it could be a punishment, but we don't know that, you know. But in the clinical space, we have to be very, very important, very cognizant of this, and ensure that we give information that's going to help our clients spiritually grow, and also be more connected in close proximity and closeness and connectedness to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is actually very important as a clinician. Negative life events and lifestyle factors are major risk factors for mental health issues. Islamic teachings offer ways to help Muslims to cope with psychological distress and negative life events, which serve as both preventative, treating, and coping mechanisms. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us in the Quran, so verily with every difficulty there is relief. Verily with every difficulty there is relief. And this is a very powerful verse that I know many Muslim clinicians will, you know, share with their clients, you know, clients who will expect or even request, you know, an Islamic explanation or Islamic support, you know, from the teachings to help them cope with their psychological distress, whilst we also integrate our modern psychological therapies and tools, because combining religious understandings is actually more powerful for Muslim clients than using modern psychological therapies alone. Islam integrates all forms of knowledge as long as they don't contradict the Quran, Sunnah, and the Sharia. So being able to give them a holistic therapy that integrates Islam from its essence, seeing you as a spiritual, physical, and psychological being, would be most helpful for Muslim clients. As you know, this is a very important concept in Islam. So most Muslims would understand this concept and know what it means at least. You know, we know it means a reliance on God, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and it's considered a essential virtue in Islam, both spiritually in the Quran and also understood psychologically in even determining your overall well-being. But it can also be used negatively. You know, sometimes we throw around, to people, just have tawakkul, for Allah and everything will be okay. That's a very, very passive and dangerous approach, to overcoming psychological distress, because tawakkul is spiritual. Okay, you still need to tap into the person's psychology, and this is where psychological knowledge, information, and strategies need to also be incorporated. Also lifestyle, also nutrition. So we often forget discipline. We need to be very integrationists in the way we give or provide psychological knowledge and strategies to our clients. So in our psycho-spiritual development, holding this conviction is important to work towards bettering one's iman also. Tawakkul has cognitive, emotional, behavioral, and also relational components, which I'll talk about briefly. So cognitively, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is considered at the conscious forefront of our daily events. It's only via the will of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that any event happens or is withheld from occurring. So without Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's permission, events will not happen. So this is adopting the framework that everything we do, it's only because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has willed it. And it's something that we're taught very in a strong way at mosques, at religious classes. Understanding the will of Allah is out of our hands. So you could prepare the best way to overcome your psychological distress, adopt the best strategies, but adopting, but it's with the will of Allah whether they will be successful or not. And the wisdom behind all of that, we don't know, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows best, or maybe you just haven't adopted the right medicine that's right for you. So you're taking advice from others, but there's a specific remedy for you that you need to keep searching for in order to overcome. But even that, it's with Allah's permission. So it's about being hopeful and optimistic that through Allah's will, you'll be able to overcome your daily stresses and psychological distress. Emotionally, individuals are prepared to place their trust in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and find Him sufficient to take care of them. So it's a heartfelt belief, that you're willing to put, all your trust in Allah, but then also cognitive, being certain with that conviction, which is really important, because iman, having iman, faith, and when it's done blindly, is not sufficient. You have to have iman with conviction, and you can adopt conviction, through knowledge, through Islamic practice as well, and experience in your day-to-day life. Behaviorally, individuals can be observed in practicing what is permissible and avoiding what is not permissible according to the din. So that's how you practice tawakkul behaviorally day to day, so you avoid what's haram, and you, stay away from potentially what is makruh, but obviously seek out what is halal. And then relationally, individuals will seek to be close to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, connected in proximity, and have the firm belief that He is available for support and availability. Feeling a strong sense of security is also very, very essential. Which brings us into attachment theory. We know the pioneer is John Bowlby. He's recognized as having that having a secure attachment has been related to overall well-being, coping, better mental health outcomes, enhanced self-esteem, and stronger relationship functioning. And in his research or his theories, he looked at parent-child relationships. He was a significant pioneer in this particular area that is still carried through today. So by extension, the research in the last few decades has been exploring ways of having a healthy attachment to God would also be related to better psychological functioning as well. So we know in the psycho-spiritual growth, as we understand it, as a central frame of reference in Islam amongst Muslims, is to be connected, to the divine. So having a strong, not only belief, but connection to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Just like, for example, when children have a strong connection to their parents, especially their mother, as you grow older and you are of mutakallaf, where you are able to decide and discern, the age of discernment between right and wrong. So when you can develop abstract thinking, this becomes very important for the individual to be consciously attached and connected to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So moving beyond, the attachment to the parent, but more significantly, where you are more connected to Allah, where the safety and security and attachment is upheld. So, and we know in our deen, the concept of fitrah, which is very, very important. It's your innate inclination to understand, obey, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So it helps us as Muslims understand that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created us in a positive way. So we don't have original sin in Islam. So we actually know that we are born with positive goodness. So even children who pass away before puberty, we know that they die in a state of fitrah. So they're not held to account in any way, shape or form, but they have passed away in that pure fitrah state and not held to account because they didn't have the cognitive capacity, with that physical body and the brain to be able to discern. So they're relieved from punishment, and we know that they will be placed in Jannah with Sayyidina Ibrahim, inshallah. So, and our fitrah demands, that we reorientate back to our awareness and understanding of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, which is connected to our spiritual growth. Okay, so in terms of our psycho-spiritual development, we have, the ascension from bottom up, with our biological motivations, the senses, and that's connected to our souls, the three levels. There's acceptance of the three levels of the nafs, and then other scholars talk about being 7 levels, but 3 are via consensus and listed and mentioned in the Quran. So the bottom level is nafs al-amara bil-su', which is the basic human drives, basic motivation, where there is instinct, and we know that even animals rely on instinct. It's based on the 5 senses and also perception as well. Then as you go higher, you've got your mental cognitive processing, okay, where you use your brain a bit more strongly, able to discern between right and wrong and reflect. And then that's connected to also the nafs al-lawama, the blaming soul. This is where you start to correct yourself and explore options and really start to process a bit more, obviously significantly more than your primary senses. Okay, and this is what distinguishes us from animal kingdom as well. Because remember, animals don't have imagination, they're not creative. We have higher order consciousness, which animals do not have. And then obviously as we ascend further into the spiritual development, which is the highest form of spiritual development, and that's connected to an-nafs al-mutma'inna. It's not connected to anything physical that we have. It's connected to our ruh and our qalb as well. We know that Rasulullah said, on the day of judgment, nor your children nor your wealth will save you except those who come with a sound heart. And obviously the ascension towards psycho-spiritual development requires tawakkul, requires your belief and reliance on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that needs to be also consistent with you having sincerity. So you're doing this for the sincere love, of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I hope that makes sense. So it's very important that we adopt, growth and development spiritually. So this is the way we can pull ourselves up. And obviously the spiritual development is hardest to maintain. And we need to constantly be mindful of the changes in our bodies, in our senses, and our also our mental processing, you know. So if you think about something so much and you add emotion, your emotional frameworks to it, then you're going to start believing it and acting towards it. So these days when we have social media, you know, there's a lot more pornography that's available, you know, people becoming addicted to looking at other people's lives. You know, you're going to immerse yourself into that reality, you know. So it's very important you stay in the company of good people, you know, you read good knowledge, you know, you attend classes, you do things that help people, you contribute in charity, you make that, you know, as part of your cognitive processing of, you know, how you reflect on life and how you want to support people, you know, and please Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala with sincerity and drive. That drive will take you up to nafs al-mutma'inna, inshallah. Okay, so tawakkul and coping with psychological distress. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us, so if they turn away, say Allah is sufficient for me, there's no God but He. In Him I have put my trust and He is the Lord of the great arsh. Okay, so Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is telling us, you know, that if people turn away from Him for whatever reason, you know, especially in times of difficulties where it's so easy to lose hope, you know, because when you do become depressed and anxious, you don't have the frontal lobe activation that you require to make sense and process, you know, your emotional brain, the limbic system gets hijacked, you know, and then you're not able to process with a bit more intellectual and reasonable and rational reflection, but you will be succumb to the emotional drives and believe whatever thought process takes place during your emotional reasoning. So we want to be able to have wise minds where we're using both emotional reasoning and higher order consciousness and thinking, and that requires the activation of your frontal lobes. So and you know, being mindful of Allah is very therapeutic, you know, being and praying, also making dua, dhikr also is very important, you know, helps slow down your nervous system, you know, to be able to then reflect on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and putting your trust in Him. Prophet ﷺ taught us to make use of medical treatment. So it's for Allah has not made a disease without appointing a remedy for it, with the exception of one disease, which is namely old age. So, you know, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has said that even though we're supposed to make, we're supposed to have tawakkul, you know, the Prophet ﷺ has also said that we need to make use of the treatments that are available, and that includes psychological treatment. So when we're able to internalize that we have Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala with us spiritually, for example, and that He is sufficient, He is al-Hasib, for example, we can then operate more calmly and overcome distress and difficulties. So the point is not to minimize the psychological suffering, human emotions. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you know, human emotions is actually something Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has blessed us with and gifted us with. But it's more about being able to adopt acceptance and tawakkul, that everything is in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's control. But we also need to seek out external remedies as well. So not being passive. So tawakkul is not being passive. It's still active. So we need to be able to strive to bettering our circumstances and psychological distress, seeing therapists, seeing mental health professionals as well. And sometimes, let's be real, psychological distress can be easily remedied by having very good friends, having very good family who give you nasiha and advice, having good neighbors, you know, having good colleagues. So I'm not suggesting at all that only psychologists are in a position, or mental health professionals are in a position to help people with psychological distress, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created us as ummah and social beings, and so we should be able to access those resources to help us. So this is important. So there is a Quranic verse you know, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, for example, for individuals who rely on God, God will prove all sufficient. So this is all about placing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as central, and it's spiritually inspired. And these verses is where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala assured us that individuals will get the need that they do need to get when they put trust in him. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has said to us that Allah loves those who also rely on him. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala also shows surprise with those who hesitate, you know, who in placing their trust in him. So he says in the Quran, is not Allah sufficient for his servants? So he's saying that, you know, it's a rhetorical question too, but, you know, that we need to put our faith in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala during times of distress. And inshallah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows best. So this is where we need to encourage optimism with psychological distress and Islamic teachings. Our Islamic teachings encourage individuals to be hopeful, even in times of psychological distress, negative life events or circumstances beyond their control, because he promises mercy, which is always available. Because we know Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the most merciful, he's the most compassionate. And he tells us in the Quran, and never give up hope of Allah's soothing mercy. Truly no one despairs of Allah's soothing mercy except those who have no faith. This is important. You've got to have faith. To interrupt maladaptive thoughts or negative beliefs that are related to hopelessness and feeling overwhelmed with the pressures of life events. We know that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is in charge of everything. We need to rely on him because he's all-seeing, all-knowing, all-compassionate, and all-wise. You know, so we don't know everything. You know, he knows what's in our hearts. He knows, you know, he can see our levels of distress. And more importantly, we know how compassionate he is. He says that repeatedly in the Quran. He says, and for those who fear Allah, he always prepares a way out, and he provides for him the resources he never could imagine. And if anyone puts his trust in Allah, sufficient is Allah for him, for Allah will surely accomplish his purpose. Verily, for all things has Allah appointed a due proportion. Okay, so this is a very important verse when it comes to adopting cognitively, behaviorally, emotionally, relationally, you know, putting your belief and trust in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and that he will look after us, inshallah. So that's the end of my presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Hanan, for your presentation. This is interesting for the public and the academic in psychology lecture in Indonesia, lecture and researcher also. Okay, there are several questions for you. The first question is from, it's from Gentur Anto. I will read for you. A girl with a complaint as LGBT. She told me about her life experiences that she felt into the LGBT world. But that was a long time ago. Now she is repenting and waking up. But sometimes the memory of mistake in the past still appear in the present. Yes, sometimes it is quite disturbing concentration. Can you give practical advice on how to approach Islam to eliminate past experience that like to appear and interfere? Okay,
that concern that the sister has can be generalized to any action or behavior that you engaged in that, you know, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala would not be pleased with, you know, because one of the important things, which is quite, I believe is very good in Islam, but it can also be used in a way that can be very harmful, is the concept of shame. You know, in Islam, it's good to have shame, you know, being ashamed of, you know, committing a sin, you know, is actually quite noble. But what is more noble is not furthering engaging in sin, because you would inshallah repent and make a promise to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala not to repeat it. But even if you fail, you know, and you keep trying, you know, to remedy that, you know, in that effort, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will as well, because it's for any type of anxiety or anger towards oneself, in action, you know, according to your religious belief that is not consistent, there's no congruence with the action and life. The best ways to remedy the guilt and the shame is to focus on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's repentance. You know, He is most forgiving. People, you know, that you're people's acceptance that you're after when it comes to you, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, it's Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's favor. And He says repeatedly in the Quran to seek forgiveness, you know, for He is most merciful. There's even a whole chapter in the Quran that's titled At-Tawbah, Surah At-Tawbah, you know, so maybe she can read this and immerse, you know, get immersed into that chapter, because if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that He's oft forgiving, then she needs to gear her tawakkul in believing that is the case, you know, and this is a spiritual pull, you know, and, you know, no one can say that they are sinless, you know, that they haven't done anything that goes against the deen of Islam, you know, whether it's private or public, you know, so it's important that whatever the issue is, you know, it could be pornography addiction, it could be lying, it could be cheating, it could be deceiving your family member, you know, and then many years later feeling guilty about engaging in the act. You know, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given us a prescription of tawbah, and then, you know, spend in charity too. So practically, you know, spend in charity, you know, because when you spend in charity, that's also cleansing as well. Because obviously the shame that she feels and the guilt is very spiritual. You can't touch it, but psychologically she's feeling it. Okay, so because shame and guilt is something you can't touch, it's not measurable, you know, and we know that charity giving is something that is spiritual, it's asked of us to do so, then she can use those means. And also salah, asking Allah after every salah, making dua that He forgives you, but most importantly is believing that you'll be forgiven, you know, because Allah says, subhanahu wa ta'ala says, you know, if you repent, you'll be forgiven, you know, so accept that, you know, so she needs to move towards acceptance, because He tells us so, you know, and because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows best. We don't know any better, you know, but we have trust in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Okay, so that's important. It's the tawakkul, and move on, because if she continues to spiral, you know, with her ruminate, the correct word is ruminate. So if she continues to ruminate about the past, that's going to exacerbate her anxiety symptoms, depressive symptoms, because when you're depressed, it's when you ruminate about things that have occurred in the past. Anxiety is when you ruminate about things that may happen in the future. It's that futuristic thinking. So in order to reduce, you know, the rumination, you know, focus on how well you're doing today, you know, in addition to trusting Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has forgiven you.
Okay. Thank you, Hanan. There are several emotions like guilty feeling or shame can lead us to religiosity thing like charity and something who can cleansing our self from guilty feeling like we did in the past, like that. Okay, the second question: how to convince people, especially teenagers, the problem that we face today as test and trial from Allah, as a spiritual cleansing of sins, reminder from Allah, or as a spiritual growth and cleansing?
Okay, I have to say in today's world, because we have the influx of social media, satellite TVs, and a lot of Western influence, and a lot of accessibility to different worldviews that teenagers will constantly use, you know, whether it's their Instagram, whether it's YouTube, whether it's TikTok, you know, the constant stimulation, you know, of these and using it, using it for wrong purposes or like very harmful purposes, you know, when they become immersed in this particular world, it's very, if they don't have iman, if their parents didn't engage in tarbiyah, you know, if they didn't already have religious inclinations and praying and, you know, worshipping Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala intrinsically. So not just praying because their parents are telling them, or they go to an Islamic school or whatever. If they weren't intrinsically, you know, in love with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, then trying to encourage teenagers today, you know, to have the belief and maintain it is very difficult, because a lot of the social media, it actually impacts on our nervous system and our psychology and our emotions, where you start to see, you want to see your life in the same way as you're viewing. Okay, so there becomes a congruence of moving towards who you are as a person and what you're visually seeing day to day, you know. And so when you're visually immersed in viewing activities or actions that, you know, go against the pleasing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because of the biological and the physical pull, you know, then trying to come to them spiritually is not going to be very, very easy. You know, that's why tarbiyah is very important in the beginning. We know Ali radiallahu anhu had said, you know, when with children and the raising of children, nurture and play with them the first 7 years. The second 7 years, you discipline them, you teach them right from wrong. And the third set of 7 years, when they're now teenagers, is to then become their friend. And then after that, that third set of 7 years, you let go of the rope. So if you haven't instilled love for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the beginning, you know, as they that's consistent with their cognitive and brain development. So, you know, when you're playing and nurturing your kids, you're teaching them about loving Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You know, because you remember, kids believe in Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, and all these magical types of characters. But when they have secure attachment with their parents, so they're role models, they're caregivers, and we're teaching them to love Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We're teaching them a loving Allah. If you love your mother and, you know, help me as your mother, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will give you Jannah with all the lollies and all the toys that you want in this world. You know, they're going to grow with an appreciation for Allah. They cognitively do not understand it, you know, but because kids don't have the cognitive mechanisms, but they want things that satisfy them, you know, so that early instruction or, you know, love for Allah. Unfortunately, some parents will do the reverse. If you don't listen to me, or, you know, Allah's going to punish you and send you to Jahannam. You know, this is a very unfair view, a very incorrect and sinful view that you're partaking that you're presenting Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to your child, actually. So we need to be able to, in the same way they're connected to attachment to the parents, also, you know, instill the attachment. Then you teach them right from wrong. We can't lie, we can't steal, you know, in the second set of 7, and explain to them why, the consequences, because they're in a stage now with their cognitive and social development to start to understand consequences, you know, because they're always asking questions, you know, and your responsibility as a parent is to do so. And also schools have a responsibility of moral development as well, not just parents, you know. And then obviously when they're teenagers, they have access to more information that is unregulated, you know, then that strong biological, physiological drive can be resisted, you know, if they have the internal mechanisms in place to know that this is sinful, this is haram, and they still want to continue to believe Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But it's very, very difficult. This is the reality that we're facing today, to be able to help them resist. But so the one thing that you need to do is start young. Start with your children young. And then eventually when, you know, they're teenagers and older teenagers, there's nothing really more that you can actually do, you know, because then they're at the age of discernment, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will judge them accordingly. They don't get a free pass, you know, they start getting judged for the actions between right and wrong. So there's no easy answer given the influx of what is available and accessible to them today, but it's important as parents to be closely connected to them, even if they do wrong. So if they do wrong, the experience, what's the word for, experimental. So experimental science as well, incorporating metaphysics and everything else. Today, our problem is, each discipline has its own narrow view, and that's why I said in my presentation, we need to be integrationist, so whilst we are taking on board Islamic views, they can't be add-ons. So they can't be where you have the main meal as psychology and your salt and pepper is the Islamic verses. No, the main meal needs to be Islam. So the way you view human beings needs to come from the Islamic view of human nature, which stems from fitra, so that's how we need to see Islamic therapy. So when you see a client in front of you, you need to see them from that perspective, not in the perspective of how modern psychology defines psychology with no soul. Okay, so we need to go back to the Islamic scholarship, without denying modern psychological strategies and sciences, because they didn't deny that anyway as well. But what is significant in modern psychology is the removal of God and removal of soul. But there is a resurgence. We can see even with Christian psychologists, Buddhism psychology, and spiritual psychology, except with Islam, we don't separate spirituality and religion. Spirituality is actually intertwined. I remember when I was teaching psychology of religion at university, it just was a surprise to me that the other traditions could separate religion and spirituality, when I knew in Islam it's actually ingrained. You cannot separate them. It's spirituality is part and parcel of the din. So it's about going back to classical scholarship to see how they understand human beings and taking on the very good modern psychological strategies are available. The Western world is very good with developing modalities in therapy. So that's not to be discounted, but we need to start from a framework of Islam, which is why we're moving towards, reviving the discipline of Islamic psychology. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward and elevate Professor Malik Badri, who was the pioneer and the force behind what we see today. And please make dua for him.
Okay. I think that's a clear answer from you about contradiction from traditional psychology in Islamic psychology. Okay, maybe this is the end of the session. Yeah, I can conclude your presentation. Theory and religious coping serve a variety function, including searching for meaning, receiving social support, emotional regulation, or feeling a sense of control. Yeah. The empirical research on religious coping, primary research question now wasn't whether religious people use religion, but instead how they make use of their religious resources to facilitate problem solving, to prevent or alleviate the negative emotional of stressful life circumstances. There are several findings in Islamic or religious science. Large of body cross-sectional research generally suggests that in adult religiosity is inversely related to depression or negative correlation with depression. More people religious, less people feel depression. Is that correct, Hannah?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, there are several studies a meta-analytic review of 147 studies, including 98,975 participants, confirmed this negative correlation. This is a strong impact in religious science. Then, right. Okay, yeah, we have to put Islamic value like tawakal, and then charity and another Islamic activities to integrating with our major in psychology. So to fulfill and complete our finding in Islamic psychology to more rich, to get more rich about understanding in Islamic psychology. Of course, maybe that's my conclusion or our conclusion. You can read the maybe we can share Hanan presentation to our participant, if you may, Hanan. Yeah. Okay, thank you for your participation and contribution in this activity. In the end of the session, we will give you a certification of award. It's let's see. Nah, the certificate is presented to Dr. Hanan Dover as the speaker at International Webinar on Islamic Psychology, Mental Health in the 5.0 era. Thank you very much and big applause for Hanan Dover.
Jazakallah khairan. Thank you.
Okay. I hope we can still silaturahim in any other activities, especially in research in Islamic psychology. Yeah. Okay. Maybe this is the end. Thank you, Hanan, once again for your participation. Yeah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay. For the next session, I will give to our chief of this activity, Ms. Lilin Maliman.
Okay. Thank you, Brother Vici, who had conducted the second session discussion well. Very nice discussion. Thank you, Sister Hanan, with your willingness to discuss with our participants today. Okay. Our respected participants, Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. This webinar was well organized, and therefore we would like to thanks to our rector in UNISBA, our rector Professor Edi Setiadi, then head of our UNISBA Foundation, Professor Miftah Farid, Dean of Faculty of Psychology, Dr. Dewi Sartika, and presidents of IAMP, Dr. Bagus Riono, and also the vice presidents of IAMP, Dr. Hanan Dover, who just presented the paper just now, and then all the honorable speakers today, and then respected participants here who already attend from this morning sessions until now. And then the all committee members who are already working together and hand in hand working together. Okay. Then thank you. Once again, thank you to all the speakers who are willing to share their knowledge and experiences with us. Hopefully, the Faculty of Psychology UNISBA will be more advanced, developed, trustworthy, and full blessings. Amin. And then our respected guests apologize for all the weaknesses during this webinar. And let's end our webinars today with together reciting Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. And we will end our session with wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Dear respected participants, please on your camera, because we will conduct the picture first. Okay. Please, all the participants on the camera. We have how many slides? We have 6 slides, okay? Be ready for the first slide. Okay. Be ready for the first slide.
1, 2, 3. Then second slide.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Third slide. 1, 2, 3. Fourth slide. 1, 2, 3. Fifth slide. 1, 2, 3. And sixth slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Once again, this is Hanan. Thank you very much for your willingness to share with us. Okay, Ibu Dekan, want to say something to Dr. Hanan?
Jazakallah khairan to the organizers. Inshallah, the conference was
Masih di mute, Bu.
today.
Bu masih di mute.
Oh, yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Miss Hannah.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Udah.
Udah ya, udah ada ya. Oke, terima kasih semuanya. Jazakumullah khairan katsiran. Jangan lupa daftar hadir ya. Attendance will be closed by 30 minutes after now. Oke. Kita tutup aja. Ya. Oh iya.